SDPB brings South Dakotans together, telling the stories that unite small towns, big ideas, and the people who make our state shine. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB shares the voices and experiences of South Dakotans, preserving our stories, our culture, and our sense of place. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder.
Jean, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect, thank you.
Hear me?
We can hear you.
You're coming in loud and clear. You're loud and clear, Gene. We will call the meeting to order. It is 10 o'clock, and this is the South Dakota Board of Education Standards, and scheduled to meet at 10 a.m., and we have our agenda before us. Would you please rise with me, and we would say the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is right to my right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Just noted yesterday when we came in that the flag was at half staff, and I looked that up, and Governor Roden had called it was a Memorial Day for firefighters, if you're wondering, for deceased firefighters. So we'd honor everyone who has given service to our country and to our state. We call the rolls. Anna?
Heineman,
Present.
Von Wald,
Present.
Meyer, Olson, Warzeka, Moulton, Perkins.
Present. So we have 7 present, 6 here in person, and Mrs. Moulton is present virtually, and so we have a 100% in attendance, and obviously a quorum. The agenda was published on the site, and we've had that before us. Is there any additional items that people would like to have on the agenda? I think we have pretty much everything covered under general discussion and those items that are open to cover anything. But if I don't hear anything else, is there a motion then to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Heineman,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Meyer. Any discussion? And just to note, on the agenda that once we've approved that agenda, then we're stuck with it. So if we have anything to add, we need to get it added now, or we have to defer discussion of it until the next meeting when we can get proper notice. Okay, all those in favor then say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I hear no opposed, so the motion will be 7 ayes and 0 nays. No objection. That's the way it will be recorded as unanimous. Then approval of the minutes of our last meeting in Pier. I was virtual on that. My wife is doing better now, and in fact, you might even see her sometime during this meeting, I hope. But is there a motion to approve those?
So moved.
Moved by Von Wall. Is there a second?
Olson.
Seconded by Olson. And I just note on that, Anna, thank you for the times in there. I think that for noting those, that if you want to look at the minutes, which I did some time ago, but looked at the historical minutes, boy, you know, a long meeting, it's kind of hard to know if you want to see that part of it, to know where to go. But having that time, I think we'll cue it in the future if somebody wants to know what we did. Any other discussion on the minutes? If not, all those in favor of the approval of the minutes say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We take that as a aye in favor. Gene, you came in just a little bit late there, but 7 in favor and 0 opposed. The minutes are approved unanimously. Now is the time, according to South Dakota civil law, that 125-1, that if every public meeting, we have to offer a period of public comment for things that are not on the agenda. So if you're here today and you'd like to come up and commend us or condemn us or just be neutral, whatever your reason, if it's not on the agenda, because we'll be taking those items up when the agenda item comes up. But please come forward, state your name and where you're from, and give it. Okay. I'm not seeing anybody moving forward, so we would note that there are no public comments in accordance with stat. The next then on our agenda is the approval of the Praxis, the Elementary Education Fundamental Standards, and Dr. Blaha is here to present that to us and explain just what they are, I think, further. Good. Dr. Blaha.
Good morning, Mr. President and members of the board. Dr. Catherine Blaha, Director of Accreditation and Certification with the Department of Ed. Part of my duties include overseeing educator certification. The Educational Testing Service, or also known as ETS, analyzes and regenerates Praxis tests on an annual basis. Any of these regenerated tests that are utilized for South Dakota State Educator certification are reviewed by the department and brought forward to be recommended for approval and adoption. This year, the regenerated test being offered will replace the 5001 elementary series, which will sunset in August of 2028. This 5001 series is currently being used. South Dakota had a high representation on the multi-state standard setting work group, making up 12% of the work group as a whole. This is the largest representation by a state. Other states that were involved included Alabama, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Missouri, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, Vermont, Virginia, and Wisconsin.
And we made up 12% of that, you
We
said.
made up 12%, which was the largest representation of any of the states present, yes. The first portion of, or the first test within this series is a Mathematics 8003. This is a test that had recently undergone this process. A virtual meeting was held April 7, 2026 with ETS staff and 4 educator prep program representatives as well as DOE staff. A South Dakota representative also served on the multi-state standard setting process for this specific test. Following the background information, review of sample questions, and discussion, the board was surveyed regarding where the cut score for South Dakota should be set. 100% of the participants voted to recommend the 34 scale 152, which was a recommended score suggested by the multi-state standard setting group as well. The second test within this series is the Social Studies 8004. This test the virtual meeting was April 9 on 2026 with ETS staff present to facilitate, 5 educator preparation program representatives and DOE staff. Following the background information, review of sample questions and discussion, The group was surveyed regarding where the cut score for South Dakota should be. Again, 100% of the participants voted to recommend the 39 scale, 147. Again, this was a recommended score suggested by the multi-state standard setting group. The third test, science, 8005. That virtual meeting was held on April 10. Again, ETS staff were there to facilitate. There were 4 educator preparation program representatives and DOE staff. Following the background information, review of sample questions, and discussion, the group was surveyed regarding where the cut score for South Dakota should be, and again, 100% of the participants voted to recommend the 35 scale 143, which was again the recommended score suggested by the multi-state standard setting committee. The fourth test, teaching reading, which is 8006, that virtual meeting was held April 13th with ETS staff, 5 educator preparation programs being represented, and 1 elementary educator along with DOE staff. Following the background information, review of sample questions, and robust discussion, the group was surveyed regarding where the cut score for South Dakota should be set, and again, 100% of the participants who voted had recommended the cut score of 41, scale 142. Again, this was a recommended cut score by the multi-state standard setting group. It is important to note that 1 member had abstained, not because he or she felt concerned about the test, but they felt that they had not done enough research to be able to give a thorough response to be able to vote. So they abstained. It is also important to note that the votes that were taken none of those votes included DOE staff. They were there to listen and provide support, but there was no voting done by any DOE staff on these work groups either. In summary, the Elementary Education Fundamentals 8001 series is recommended with the following recommendations brought forward by our South Dakota work groups. Mathematics 8003, scale score 152. Social Studies 8004, scale score 147. Science 8005, scale score 143. Teaching Reading 8006, scale score 152. With BOES approval, the educator candidates would then have the option of taking these new tests. As in the past with new and regenerated tests, we would be monitoring the pass rates from year to year, and if there seems to be an issue, we can always revisit the cut score. I am respectfully asking for the board to approve the recommended cut score, and I will stand by for questions.
Dr. Bly, just a clarification. We're just approving the scores, or are we actually approving the use of this test as well for certification? And it is for certification purposes, is that correct?
Mr. President, yes. Okay. So by approving the cut scores, that allows us to be able, you would be approving the test for us to be offering this then to educator candidates. If this is approved today, we would be able to offer this test in early June. There'd be some paperwork and some delay with getting things set up with ETS, but we are anticipating that with approval, we would be able to offer this in early June.
Okay, so it's kind of implied then that obviously the department is recommending and the board is approving the test as well as the score, the cut score for it.
Mr. President, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Any questions of Dr. Blaha? Yeah, Tanya? Dr. Wozeka?
Dr. Blaha, would you remind everybody right now what the current cut scores are for the equivalent tests for teachers?
I do not have that in front of me. I can pull it up on a website if you'd give me just a minute.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Mr. President and members of the board, it's important to note when we make comparisons like this that they are not the same tests.
Yes.
So, but it does give you some reflection. It threw me off the internet. Give me just a second. I apologize.
What would we do without the internet? could probably always Google it, Dr. Blaha.
I was going to pull up our website that would allow access. Gotcha. I don't know what number it is. 5001.
Am I on the right one?
Yep, you're on the right one. I just need to dig them out.
Oh, right there.
There we are. Thank you for your patience, and thank you, Amanda, for
No
saving
problem.
me. So the 5001 series is the elementary education multi-subject test similar to this. The reading and language arts subtest has a scale score of 150. The mathematics is 146. Social studies is 147, and the science is 150.
So some minor change, but as you say, it's a different test.
It's a different test, yes.
Right. Other questions? Mrs. Heineman?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell me, we've gone through the science of reading standards, the new social studies standards, the new science standards. So do the new tests reflect those changes?
Yeah, good question.
Mr.
Dr.
President?
Blaha, yes.
The reading test is a direct reflection of science of reading. It is very well embedded in that. That is why we looked at that test versus an ELA test, which was also an option with this series. But given the work and the attention of the department as well as BOES, that was the direction that we went. I do know that when we worked through the social studies, that the concern had been, where are we at with the social studies standards? These are pretty broad. They cover some of it, but they're not going to go into the greatest detail as our South Dakota social studies standards, but our social studies ed preps were very comfortable with what was being presented in this test. There was not anything raised to a point of concern in regard to science in specific to South Dakota. Does that answer your question?
Okay. How about mathematics, Dr. Blaha? I mean, is that, assuming we adopt the vote, the math standards proposed today, I mean, are they in line with more of the traditional math or more of the non-traditional math, the Common Core type math?
Mr. President?
Yes, Dr. Blaha.
That was a conversation that we did have in this work group. We did have Monty present as a member within that work group, and he was very, very complimentary towards where we were sitting with this test, as well as movement in our discussion with mathematics.
Okay.
He was very confident that those candidates that are being prepped to be teachers would be very successful with this.
That the test would
That the test would be
according to,
reflective
right,
of what they
okay,
needed.
yes. Other questions? Yeah,
have a-
Mrs. Olson?
Yes, Mr. President. And, I think this is one thing we should continue to monitor. If we see our teacher candidates are not passing one test, that we go back and revisit. Hopefully you can alert it to, if that is starting to happen, so that we could maybe look at that score again if we have schools that, teacher candidates that are not passing. Because we need all the teachers we can get, so.
That's true.
Mr. President?
Yes, Dr. Blaha.
Part of the process is absolutely that. We do monitor and track. And if we are seeing that we have an extraordinary number that are struggling on a specific test, then that gives us an opportunity to come forward and revisit this again.
Do we have any follow-up, I mean, after they once pass it, to see that they really are, that the test does properly reflect what they're supposed to be teaching to? I mean, or do we get reports from?
Mr. President?
Yes, Dr. Blaha.
As the ETS will provide us with the test scores of the individual candidates as we're going through the teacher certification aspect of it, but they also provide us with an annual report of the number of candidates that have taken a specific test and what those passage rates are in overall, as well as if there were multiple test opportunities taken.
But I guess my question related more after they're once certified, after they're teaching, do we have any follow-up to really see, or is that in the accreditation process? Maybe it's more for Dr. Graves, but how do we actually follow up to make sure our teachers are? And I guess I asked that question because when we did social studies standards, one of the biggest complaints we were saying is that particularly in elementary, that teachers didn't know enough about American history and things to really teach it. And I think we did some special things with our universities and stuff to kind of change that a little bit. But maybe some comments on that, Dr. Blaha, Dr.
Yeah, I would defer that, Dr. Blaha. Dr. Blaha is also in charge of accreditation. So.
Okay, good. Dr. Blaha.
So in addition to the oversight with accreditation, teachers are evaluated by their administrators in their districts, and that is a gauge for them to see how knowledgeable they are in their content.
And then as a department, you also evaluate the schools every, 5 years?
Every 5 years.
Yeah. So that's the process, and I guess just so everybody is up on that.
Mr. President, I
Yes,
think that
Dr.
it's
Blaha.
important to note that this is a test that helps identify they call it the just qualified candidate. That is the lowest level of knowledge that is identified as being capable of being successful in a classroom. It's very difficult to correlate true level of success as a teacher, but it's giving the test point of the just qualified candidate to step foot into a classroom and teach the content.
Any other questions, comments on the part of the board? If not, do we have a motion then to approve these tests as well as the cut scores as noted? Mathematics 152, social studies 147, to teaching or reading 152, and science 143.
Motion to approve, Warzeka.
Moved by Dr. Wozeka. Is there a second? Seconded by Dr. Meyer. Any further discussion? If not, let's have a roll call vote on that. Anna?
Heineman,
Aye.
Von Wald,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Warzeka. Moulton. Perkins.
Aye. So the vote being 7-0, the tests and the cut scores are approved as requested. Then the update on if you recall at the last meeting, we had established a working group to look at human trafficking, and that working group consisted of myself and Greg Von Wall and Dr. Rich Meyer, and Dr. Graves was on there, and then Andrea Effling. She was the administrator of the Office of Student Wellness and Support. And then we later added Fred Osborne, who's head of the South Dakota Office of Indian Education. And so altogether we met 3 times, and on March 17th, April 2nd, and April 14th. And really to date, and I think it's still a work in progress, so we're not, I don't think, giving a final report, but we did have evidence presented as to, first, what was the level of the problem and the situation out there. And then on April 14th, we really talked about what we could do about it. And we would just report to the board that I think we all left that it is a significant problem. Not only that it exists, but also the problem is it's growing and somewhat almost on an exponential basis, and that it's extremely disruptive, that we had testimony that frankly, once you've been a victim, complete recovery is a rare event, unfortunately, so that it really carries through with the individual through the rest of their life. So it was extensive, and we had Mary Beth Holsworth. She was Department of Criminal Investigation and really in charge of the human trafficking, and does some education and works with schools. She also testified that the problem is that students are not very aware of the situation, teachers somewhat the same, and parents, so that it's kind of it's the reverse of ignorance is bliss. Ignorance would be part of the problem as to what really trafficking is and what to look forward to, or not what to look for. So with that, then we moved into what can we do, and recognizing the idea that we wanted to keep the standards for health education pretty open, that we would basically, assuming the board approved it, from the board as well as the department, send a letter just simply detailing the problems, and as Dr. Graves says, you know, don't get it beyond one page, because those tend to not get read, or at least only portions of them, and so you know, keep it short and to the point. And but what the problem is, and that we were really calling that to the attention of the school districts, and there was a sample letter drafted, and we're still kind of working on that particular thing. In the process, I did hear that some people had requested at the Associated School Boards at the annual conference in August that they be to be able to present on this particular topic, and so I talked with Heath Larson and also Rod Munson, because it's their convention, and got a response back from Director Larson. I think it was a very polite response, but I'm not expecting anything out of that. I think it was a polite turn down, but at any rate, that we're in that process, and so I think that's where we're going. Then also, Mr. Osborne really talked about the whole idea of mandatory reporting, and that this is covered by mandatory reporting, but that very little in the training of mandatory reporting, which is required of teachers since they're mandatory reporters, is really covered on that. And so that I think that's maybe the next meeting that we have, and hopefully we can give you kind of a final report at our June meeting, but that we would talk with Department of Social Services and follow up with that. I think that was, Mr. Ronwall, you had particular concerns in that area, and Dr. Meyer and Dr. Graves. I mean, are we, is that kind of the report? Anything you'd like to add, I guess? Greg, go ahead.
No, I'm fine with what you said.
Dr. Meyer?
I agree with everything that you've said, President Perkins, and I guess the big thing was we knew there was maybe an issue, but we had no idea how big it really was. And little old South Dakota ranks number 9 nationwide.
Yeah.
And we think that we're pretty safe out here, and we have a huge and growing problem. And it definitely needs to be addressed.
Dr. Graves?
Yeah, I would add just one item, and that is we're going to contact Ms. Holsworth about providing a training for us that we could then also include for the units necessary for recertification. So that would get more people directed into that issue and aware of that issue.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Gray. Yeah, that was an important part. So that would be on this website. The teachers then could use that for what their continuing education hours. Correct. Right. Right. So that's where we are. And that any questions that the other members of the board have? Mrs. Heineman?
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess, so the ultimate goal is really just to have more resources available to the schools and to the teachers relating to this topic, just to have the resources. Because as you said, in some communities you'd have a lot of resources available, some you wouldn't.
Right.
But is the ultimate goal just to have those resources available for any school that really wants to use them?
Yeah,
Mr.
but more
President.
more than that, and awareness.
Yeah, so that, I think that's where we're at, is making the teachers and the counselors aware of this, so that they can bring it into the school, and that's kind of our focus on how do we do that right best. And that's where getting it put into, right along with the suicide prevention, into the way that we educate our teachers, so.
Thank you.
Yes. And ways that they can do things. I would just note, as I was just doing some studies since our last meeting, North Dakota in this session, of course they only meet once every 2 years, but they just passed a rather extensive law requiring in detail that their higher education, which would be their Board of Regents, include training of not only faculty but students at the university level. And then they also required every school, since their Board of Education up there is entirely different than our board here. I mean, they really only mainly talk about changes in school district boundaries and some of those things, but at any rate, that they required every school to extensively train students and stuff. Now that's North Dakota, but I think it also they're kind of remote in areas, and that if they're having a problem, we probably are too, or at least it backs up our findings, I think, to some degree. So, any other comments on that? Dr. Graves, okay. Very good. So then we'll kind of defer, and we'll probably have a report for you in June, and hopefully we can kind of have it wrapped up at that time. So, very good. Thank you. Then next would be our content standards, and if you recall, South Dakota law is rather specific on content standards. It requires that we have a number of public hearings, but four in particular have to be in Sioux Falls, Aberdeen, Pierre, and Rapid City. And we, of course, have had hearings already on the math standards and the health education standards at the other three locations, and so we've met that. They have to be, from the first one to the last one, at least 6 months apart. They have to be published in each meeting at least 30 days ahead of time in 3 papers, and that has been done. We actually published in 4 papers and throughout the state, and it was also posted on our website at least 30 days on March 17th that this hearing was going to be. So I think we've met all of the standards or all of the requirements for the public hearing, and now would be the time to have our 4th public hearing here in Rapid City. And our agenda, we would look at health education standards, and we have the Director of Division of Learning and Instructions, Shannon Malone, to present the health standards as we have them now, the proposed standards. Mrs. Malone, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Shannon Malone, Director of Learning and Instruction with the South Dakota Department of Education. In adherence to the standards revision and adoption timeline, the department will be bringing 2 sets of standards to you for a 4th hearing, mathematics and health education. The first set of proposed standards are the health education standards. In 1996, the Board of Education adopted and approved the first set of health education standards for South Dakota. The National Health Education Standards served as a model for the first adoption cycle. Since the initial adoption, South Dakota Health Education Standards were revised and approved in 2010 and lastly in 2018. The proposed standards before you today establish a framework designed around 8 core competencies that aim in assisting K through 12 students to develop essential health literacy and understand a variety of ways to access valid health information, decision-making, and self-management skills. Although the standards identify what knowledge and skills students should know and be able to do, they leave precisely how this is to be accomplished to teachers and other local specialists who formulate, deliver, and evaluate curricula. The South Dakota Health Education Standards do not address specific health education content areas. Instead, they provide a structure from which curricula can be developed independently. The selection of specific health content is left to each local school district. This approach allows the South Dakota Health Education Standards to remain relevant over time, and it enables each local school district to determine the curriculum content that best addresses the needs of their students. During the last 3 hearings, we have heard testimony from the Alzheimer's Association depicting the need to add specific standards to draw out the importance of this disease. We've also heard testimony on the need to add in standards that directly correlate with human trafficking. While the department recognizes that both of these specific issues are concerning in their own way, we also understand that there is a plethora of other health-related topics that, depending on the situation or impact it has on us personally, we may deem it to need a higher level of attention. To what end, then, do we determine which health-related topics to include in specific standards? Instead of making a board, such as yourself, deem one health-related topic as more important than another, it's best to leave that decision-making up to the schools and districts in which our students reside, as each school and district will have a different set of needs. School districts already take the appropriate steps to identify priorities for their students and seek out programs or training for their students and staff. While we may be a small state in population of people, we are fortunate to have many programs and resources available to provide supports to our schools and students, of which many are free to use or provide the programming for free. This brings us to the work of the current committee. While the timing of this committee was unconventional to when most revision committees meet, this seemed to be a time frame that worked well for this group, as they met in the fall of 2024 for 2 days. The committee was comprised of K through 16 educators, administrators, and Department of Health. Staff from Compass served as the committee facilitators with assistance from Department of Education staff Vera Van Winkle and Haley Miller. We have posted on our website the standards adopted in 2018, the revised set of proposed standards that are brought before you today, a summary of changes, and the public comments received as of May 4th, 2026. While there aren't many overall changes to the proposed health standards, here is a high-level overview which is included in the summary of changes. The proposed South Dakota Health Education Standards build upon the 2018 framework by placing a stronger emphasis on health literacy, skill development, and real-world application. While the 8 core standards remain consistent, the proposed standards enhance clarity, align more closely with the 2023 National Health Education Standards. And then there are minor verbiage changes. During the first board hearing, a change was proposed to update standards 1.52, 1.82, and 1.12.2 to read as such: emotional, cognitive, physical, and social health. The change replaces intellectual with cognitive. We have made this change, and it is reflected in the proposed health education standards before you today. To date, we have received 11 public comments. 9 of the comments received are related to brain health, cognitive wellness associated with Alzheimer's. 1 comment is an ask to have human trafficking and abuse prevention represented, and 1 overall positive comment. This brings me to the conclusion of my testimony regarding the proposed health education standards, and at this time, we would ask that you adopt these proposed health standards. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mrs. Malone. Now we would look at public testimony. We do have people, I don't think anyone is registered here to date that would like to speak in favor or registered ahead of time, I guess. And so we have both present here, proponent testimony, those that are in favor of the standards, as well as those that are online. And if we have no one present or registered, we'll take the registered people first. We did have one that was online, I believe, that was registered, a Kristen Sundberg, Elder Voice Advocate. Ms. Sundberg, are you available online?
I'm here, thank you very much.
Very good. We'll recognize you. And comments, we'd like to keep those, about 3 to 4 minutes. Anna is our timer, and so she'll be, waving a flag when you get there, and we'll try to keep the time to that, and so it's fair to everyone. Mrs. Sundberg, go ahead, Ms. Sundberg.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the committee. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. My name is Christine Sundberg, and I'm here on behalf of Elder Voice Advocates, a nonprofit organization that advocates for South Dakota's older citizens and their families. We work to ensure quality care, whether in their homes or with a long-term care provider. Health education today is about more than information. It's about preparing students for real life. Its goal is to develop health illiterate individuals who can find, understand, and use information to make decisions for themselves and others. Caregiving education directly fulfills that goal. Caregiving is not a specialized subtopic, it's a universal life experience. At some point, most students will care for a parent, grandparent, sibling, spouse, or child. That is why caregiving belongs in Standard 8, Advocacy for Personal, Family, and Community Health. I urge you to include these 3 performance indicators. First, explain the role of a caregiver. This gives students understanding caregiving as a normal part of life, builds empathy, and reframes aging, illness, or injury as a common issue, not a crisis. Second, explain the importance of self-care and stress management for caregivers. Most caregivers face high levels of stress and burnout. Without support, both the caregiver and the person receiving the care are affected. And third, explain the needs of the caregivers within a family or community setting. Young caregivers need resources, support systems, and community awareness. Teaching this strengthens families and communities alike. These additions do not take away from local control. They strengthen it. State standards set a shared foundation, but local schools decide how to teach it. This ensures that every student has access to essential life skills no matter where they live. Across the U.S., more than 5.4 million children and adolescents under age 18 provide ongoing help or caregiving for loved ones' personal needs, as surveyed by AARP. These students are already doing the work. We are just simply not preparing them, supporting them, or even acknowledging them. At the same time, our population is rapidly aging. By 2030, 1 in 5 South Dakotans will be over the age of 65. Caregiving is no longer the exception, it's an expectation. And this brings us to another critical issue, and that's our workforce. South Dakota is already facing significant staffing shortages in healthcare and long-term care. We do not have enough workers to meet current demand, let alone what is coming. Caregiving education is an early workforce development strategy. It helps students recognize real-world skills that they may already have and connects them to careers in nursing, home care, social work, and aging services, all fields that our state urgently needs. And while education alone will not solve the caregiving crisis, it's a critical first step. It builds awareness, reduces stigma, and prepares individuals before challenges become emergencies. This approach reflects South Dakota values, personal responsibility, strong families, and communities that care for one another. And we cannot wait.
Your time has expired, Ms. Sundberg, so if you could quickly wrap up, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Now that I was reaching the end, and I very much appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Sundberg. I think, and it's always a bit confusing as far as proponent versus opponent. I guess I'm taking your thoughts of, you're basically in support of the standards, but you'd like some additions. We would probably class that more as the opponent style, but at any rate, we received your testimony, and thank you for your input.
And I appreciate how you've characterized it. It's not opposition, we're just asking for a bit more. Thank you.
So, as I say, you aren't the only one that gets confused by that a little bit. Any other proponent testimony, people that would be supporting the standards as proposed at this hearing? Anyone present here? Anyone online, whether you registered or not? Okay, not seeing anyone, then we would go to opponent testimony, those people that would like material changes to the proposed standards or a complete opposition to them, but basically in that category. Again, time frames are about 4 minutes, and our timer is our secretary, and we'll move forward. I think in person we do have a couple individuals here. Denise Swartz has registered ahead of time. Ms. Swartz, could you come forward? And for the record, microphones are here. You want to make sure you got a green light on, and the timer is right over here. Anna?
Good morning,
Very
Mr.
good.
President and members of the board. My name is Denise Swartz, and I'm here this morning to speak with you
Well, could you
about
maybe move
the-
that microphone
oh,
up just a little bit?
Closer to me?
Yeah, closer, yeah.
All right,
Very good, thank you.
There we go. All right, so I'm here this morning to speak to you about the health education framework. When we talk about health education, we typically think of topics like nutrition and exercise. And while these topics are very important, there's a huge piece missing, and that is the topic of caregiving. I've lived this reality twice and wanted to share my story with you. My first husband died from COPD in 2007. The last 4 years of his life, I was his full-time caregiver while raising 3 teenage boys. Today, my dear husband of 17 years is living with Alzheimer's disease. There was no warning for us, no knock on our door, just a rude awakening. And our lives have certainly changed as we travel through this new chapter of our life together. Once again, I find myself in the caregiver role. Statistically, caregiving is a when and not an if. For the students who are sitting in these classrooms across our state, including my own 6 grandchildren, by the time they graduate, many students in our schools will have already served as a caregiver for someone they love. Let that be their younger sibling, a parent, or a grandparent. Our health education framework should reflect that reality and prepare our students for that role. When I sat in health class years ago, I was taught how to plan a well-balanced meal to get adequate amount of exercise and the dangers of smoking and substance abuse. But no one ever sat me down and taught me what to do when my loved one depended on me for my help and care. There's so much that I've had to learn along this journey by myself. I wish that it was something that I had a foundation for by learning about caregiving when I was a student in school. When you leave your doctor's office with the diagnosis of Alzheimer's or any other disease, there's no next step for the patient or for their care partner. And I am not alone in this. Caregiving is the fastest growing unpaid labor sector in this country. Caregivers die at a rate that is 63% higher than people their own age who are not caregivers, and 30% of caregivers die before the loved one they're caring for. If this happens, I don't know what my husband will do. This number jumps to 40% for caregivers of those with Alzheimer's and 70% for caregivers over the age of 70. This is the case even when the care partner is much healthier and has a lower mortality risk than their loved one. Take care of yourself. That's what everyone says, but nobody tells you how.
30 seconds.
This is why we need to have caregiving as a topic in our health education standards. By addressing the topic of caregiving in our classrooms, we teach our students about a topic they will certainly face within their life. As a caregiver myself, I'm telling you that caregiving is something that needs to be addressed in school. This will ensure that when life happens, and it will happen, our students are well prepared to navigate that challenging but rewarding journey. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mrs. Worth. Ms. Gill from, I think testified before, but could you still state your name and position for the record, and then also our timekeeper, Anna King?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President and board members. My name is Grace Gill. I'm the State Affairs Director here for the Alzheimer's Association in South Dakota. And it is a privilege to come to you again this morning to address you at this final hearing of the health education standards. I want to thank each and every one of you for the time and dedication that you've put into these standards and making sure that these hearings are fair and robust. We appreciate your commitment to updating the language in this framework to be appropriate and the effort to work with stakeholders throughout that process. Our organization is largely supportive of these standards in their current form, but we do believe there remains one critical component that is missing, and that is the topic of caregiving. The health education framework's intent is to equip students with essential skills that they will need to navigate their everyday lives and thrive in an increasingly complex world. You heard testimony earlier how it's skill-based to prepare them for the realities of their future. Fulfilling that charge means we should recognize that caregiving is a universal human experience that will eventually touch the lives of not only everyone here in this room, but every student we teach in our classrooms as well. Caregiving transcends a specific diagnosis, and honestly, age groups. Whether it involves supporting a newborn sibling, an aunt, a grandparent, a spouse, a cousin, an aging parent, this role is an inevitable reality. If you look at the standards that we have proposed to add, including caregiving in the K-12 standards, doesn't mean we just teach about what caregiving is. We also teach students how to take care of themselves while they are going through that process and that is important, as you have heard from prior testimony. You have heard from grandparents, parents, and former K-12 graduates of our K-12 education about how learning about caregiving in the classroom would have made a difference for themselves and their families here in South Dakota. We ask one more time for your consideration to add caregiving standards as we have previously proposed to the final health education framework. Thank you again for your time and effort. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Gill. Is there anyone, we had no one register that would be online, so do we have anyone else present here that would like to testify in opposition to the standards as proposed? Okay, seeing none, do we have anybody raising their hand or anything, Mrs. King on the, okay. So if we have no other people desiring to speak in opposition, we have had those who speak in opposition, so this gives time for rebuttal, and we recognize the Secretary of Education, Dr. Joseph Graves. Dr. Graves.
Thank you very much, President Perkins. The focus of these health standards and the focus of many of the initiatives we have in South Dakota are to maintain local control. Why do we do that? Well, we do it for two reasons. First of all, local control is where the best decisions are made. So the local place, they know their reality, they're going to make the best decisions. And secondly, student challenges as in the area of health issues differ district by district. So even South Dakota, which we tend to look at as a pretty homogeneous state, has some very different challenges in different parts of the state and in different districts. The standards that were written here are written in such a way as to promote student well-being. What content that demands, what the issues are, what the topics are, is different by district. So what educators do in schools when they're preparing their health standards, preparing how to implement the health standards, is they look at their local data and they figure out just what that entails. So one great example of that is something called the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which provides to districts who participate in it, students take the surveys and then they receive the information back, and all the students do that. They get local results and they get state results. So you can tell what is our particular district really looking at as a challenge and what's more of a challenge at the state level and not a big issue with us. I had a personal experience with that in the Mitchell School District, where a local school counselor was sitting on this committee and identified tobacco use as a huge issue in that particular district. Tobacco use, by the way, has reduced dramatically across the state in the last few years, but at the time, the rate of tobacco use in that particular district was like 2/3 higher at Mitchell than other places. So they put in their health standards, and they put in all kinds of different programming to address it. And they actually, over the space of 3 to 5 years, lowered it to half the rate of the state. So they found they had an issue, they addressed it, and they went after it. You can also look at your attendance records, figure out why students are absent, what the reportings of why they're absent. You can look at discipline records. You can look at any of your local realities to say, what are the topics we should be discussing at our school district? That's why we leave the health standards as a matter of local control. Now, even if you were going to decide, no, we're going to actually put in content into these standards to talk about specific issues, well, if you did that, what would those issues be? Well, you'd need to look at the statewide data. And if you looked at the statewide data, you would find that some of the most popular ones, some of the most significant ones would be obesity, which continues to be a huge issue among students in the state, vaping, which took on a dramatic increase in the last few years, and now, of course, marijuana, which we've suddenly decided should be offered at every street corner in every major town, and even some of the very smaller ones, even though we really don't know the long-term effects of it, et cetera, and I'm off my own soapbox. But these are the issues you would probably go after. What I'm saying is leave it to the local school district. They know if they have an obesity problem. Every year, every one of our school districts that participates in the measurements gets a report back, how is your obesity problem? And there's actually a report for students who are undernourished, and then the issue for most students is the overnourishment, I guess we would call it. There's overweight, there's obesity, et cetera. They get that information. They know whether they have the issue. So there's a great local source of the data, but this is a major issue. This would probably be well before, as would vaping, probably as would marijuana, as would some of the ancient but tried and true problems of schools everywhere, and that is alcohol, sexual behavior, tobacco, et cetera. So as important as all the other issues I've heard about, frankly, none of them would hit top 10 if you looked at the data. So why pick them? I don't have a good answer for that. The best choice is to do what the Standards Committee did in this case, which is to say, here's the local realities, and so here's the standards overall. Leave the issue of what the actual content is, the actual topics we're going to discuss at the local level where it belongs. And therefore, I'd ask that you approve these standards as written. Thank you.
Dr. Graves. Thank you, Dr. Graves. Now the time would have for board discussion and questions. General discussion, open for board discussion. Dr. Meyer?
Yes, President Perkins. I'm looking at page 5 of the Health Standard Summary of Changes, and it has the Common Health Education content areas. And it lists some of the things that Dr. Graves just talked about, but I'm wondering whether it wouldn't be possible to add like trafficking, suicide, and caregiving to that list.
You said that was
or if that would be a consideration.
I'm trying to find out in the summary of changes exactly.
It's page 5.
In the actual.
In the Health Education
Right.
Standard Summary of Changes, the draft.
Labeled there, correct, yeah. It's in the main, there was a separate document called Summary of Changes. And then,
Common Health Education content areas.
Right. Okay. Right there. Sorry, okay. Looking at it here. And specifically, Dr. Meyer, you were, refresh my short memory here.
I don't know if that requires
a response,
a suggestion to. But it just seems like we've been talking about trafficking, suicide, and caregiving, and maybe it'd be appropriate to have them on the Common Health Education content areas list.
And that is, I think we're seeing that on page 6 here, at least on the proposed standards dated May 4th of 2026. It's the one with the
Oh,
diagrams?
the one I picked up says proposed October 15th, 2025.
Oh, okay, so that would have been the October, yeah, okay. That would be the earlier one, so that probably is, that's the one with the circles and stuff on it, Dr. Meyer?
I don't know if it's,
Division Director Malone, can you help us with the,
We'll chat
Hello
about
again.
this a little bit later this afternoon as to how we go about all this, but yes, that.
Is this what you are referring to?
well, no, I don't have that one. I have this one, which is October 25.
Okay.
So
Can I,
maybe those, trafficking, suicide, and caregiving already are on the one you're holding, I don't know.
suicide is in
Okay.
both?
Okay,
And what other,
trafficking?
I mean, there is family life and sexuality, personal and consumer health, community and environmental health.
And I'm talking about adding caregiving and trafficking.
So
And suicide, you said, is already there. Okay.
there's one that talks about family life and sexuality.
Family life and sexuality.
Community and environmental health. Would you
I
like to
suppose-
look
I
at
suppose
this?
you could throw caregiving under family health and sexuality. I don't know.
Yeah.
Would you like to look at this?
What's that?
Would you like to look at this?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we're still, I pulled up the October 15th and looking at page 5 and I didn't.
Yeah, I was looking at that page.
Pardon me?
So this is the version
Oh, the current health standards, okay, so,
Yeah.
so you're looking at the current ones of 2018 then, correct?
Yeah, this is the old one.
The old one, okay.
and just to be clear, Henry, in those standards, none of those things are required to be taught. They're simply, yeah.
Okay, yeah, wellness, suicide.
thank you.
Okay, very good.
So on page 6 then, I think we do have some of those common health education content areas, correct? Mrs. Malone?
Correct. We believe that the verbiage is broad enough in what we have within these two diagrams to encompass what Dr. Meyer has asked of.
I agree.
Okay.
Right, okay. Any other questions, discussion? I just had one more technical. In the proposed, the summary of standards, that's a separate document, but then we say that, and it is in this one too, it says the proposed 2024 South Dakota Health Education Standards. And it seems in those datings, I mean, when we looked at our last ones, 2018, if my research was correct, that's when this board actually adopted them. That wouldn't it be more appropriate to say that they're the 2026 standards, so we don't?
Just don't look at dates.
But
Well-
Mrs. Malone.
You raise a good question that I raised myself last week as we were discussing, because different documents have different dates.
Right.
In some places, it does say, you know, like the table of contents, it's the Health Education Standards Revision Committee 2024, because that committee actually met in 2024. But then later, we talk about 2025 standards. So because we proposed these initially in fall of
2025,
2025, are they the 25 standards? Or because we're going to adopt them today, hopefully, are they the 2026 standards? So I don't disagree that it seems to be somewhat confusing. In our heads, we've sort of rationalized based on different timeframes of when work groups meet or when we bring them to you for the first read.
To eliminate confusion, because for example, if we would have done that with the social studies standards, we would have had them, you know, proposed like 2 years prior to their adoption, and then which proposal was it? And that really, you know, I think just like the legislature, when they adopt the bill, it's the laws of the year that they adopted it, not when it was first proposed. And again, I'm not trying to be critical, but I think it would just eliminate confusion if we could at least, we might say proposed in 2024 or something originally, but if we want to memorialize that date, but at least get the 2026 is when we adopted it, so we know in our cycle that and if you wanted to really know about that, you'd look back in 26 minutes and see the adoption. I mean, does that? Okay, that, and we can, maybe we'll let you editorially amend the document to that. We won't work to try to be a scrivener and come up with the exact language, but at least adopt that. And that would be like, for example, in this page 26, it says the 2024 South Dakota Education or something. Maybe we want to say 2026 adopted then. But any objection to that on the part of the board to allow staff to make those amendments?
Mrs. Malone?
Dr. Wojcik.
In the circles there, the beige and red on page 6, where it has common health education content areas, and then on the red one, or whatever color, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Adolescent Risk Behaviors. So if we're proposing that additions were to be made, we would want to make sure that if we're adding things to the red circle, if the heading is the CDC Prevention Adolescent Risk Behaviors, anything that would be added to that is actually coming from the CDC Adolescent Risk Behaviors.
Correct. And those, what we have listed are the terminology that they have utilized.
Okay. And then on the opposite side, common health education content areas, are those bulleted items there, are those items that we are covering in our standards?
Dr. Mullen?
Yes.
Mrs. Mullen?
Yes, in a broad sense. Those are the topics that school districts would be covering based on the variety of standards that you have before you today.
So if we were to add in that circle human trafficking and anything else, caregiving, would that follow with what we've already done there?
Can I step in a minute? I
Dr.
mean, the
Grace?
common health education content areas refers to, these are things that schools typically teach, but they're not required, they're not held up for accreditation. So, does that answer the question a little better?
It does. I'm just asking if those in that bubble come from everything that's in the standards. Is it
Mrs.
like
Malone?
a review of what's in the standards? And if we were to add caregiving and human trafficking, would people who read these standards expect to find caregiving and human trafficking in the standards? And if that's the case, then I don't think that we should add them.
Or, I guess to follow up further that question is, for example, where in the standards would I find, nutrition or physical activity, that those would be, I think that was your question, Dr. Wozniak, are those all mentioned in there so that I could find them? And I think we did say that human trafficking certainly would meet part of the health education standards. I mean, that it was covered someplace. I can't remember exactly where, but I know we looked at something, but I don't know if it was you, Dr. Graves, or Mrs. Malone that indicated that. But
The way I look at this is, these are the inputs into the discussion of what should be included in the health education standards. And these topics could be used to meet one or more of the standards, but none of them are required.
and nor is it exclusive list either. I mean, other things could be.
Absolutely.
So if we did add, I mean, for example, I would say human trafficking, we've recognized even by setting up the work group that this is a major area that obviously I would think we would want to say that if a school wanted to, that they would find that, and at least it would be one of the areas that would be noted. Just an editorial comment from the chair, but any other discussion or comments on that?
Mr. President,
Mr. Ron Wald.
I think that the way that it is set up, it's broad enough that you can add the subjects that you want locally. And I subscribe to, let me tell you, there's so much different emphasis from community to community, from size of community to where the community is located, that when we start dictating specifics, all we're going to do is drive time into that curriculum that isn't there. And so something has to fall out when you put something else in. So I think it's broad enough the way it's stated, and I would move forward with the standards as the way they're written.
Any other discussion? Further discussion? I guess to, just as a chair, to add to that, I appreciate what you're saying, Mr. Fenwell, is we send out this letter that says that this is a major problem and asking school districts to respond to it. At least that's what the draft was, and that was what we're recommending. Now, this board hasn't approved that yet, and maybe they won't, but I suspect that they might. And yet you look at that and you don't even see it mentioned in the new standards. It seems to me to be, why are you sending the letter? I mean, it didn't even recognize in your standards. Can somebody help me on that and understand why? Or maybe it's just me that sees something different.
I'll make the attempt there, yeah. So the two circles there are the different topics and the different notions of what went into the standards. So in other words, you weren't taking specific content in the standards, but you were saying that students will demonstrate decision-making skills to enhance health. Okay, that can take any of those topics that you want, or none of those topics, or topics that aren't even included. Those can be done that way. So these are the things that entered into the conversation. But you can't add something at the end that was supposedly entering into the conversation from the beginning. And that's why I would leave those as they are.
Any other discussion? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Mr. President, I so move.
Moved by Mr. Van Wall. Is there a second?
Second by Olson.
Seconded by Olson. Further discussion? Okay. I would just say, you know, in the past, I commented on that, and I just want to say I intend to vote for this motion in deference to what other committee members have said. I do have grave concerns that you know, as we look at problems today, that we have kind of whitewashed over them. I know that local control is wonderful, but when it works, and that we maybe should be like other states and adopt them. I mean, when we have these huge problems of obesity and vaping and trafficking and marijuana, and we just leave that up to the local districts, that sometime in the next 7 years before we revisit those, that we're going to go back and say we missed the opportunity to be more comprehensive and actually require that, just like we require certain math to be taught and certain reading to be taught and certain social studies to be taught, that those are important things that we deem important. And our health care, which I would spent a good deal of my life in volunteer activities on that, where we are spending trillions of dollars in America because, frankly, our people are not healthy. And compared to that, and after spending 3, 4, 5 times what other developed countries do, our results are you know, lower than almost all of them as far as healthiness of, and yet, you know, we don't want to get too specific about it. So I'm going to vote for it, but I have to at least include that in the record that I think we're missing the opportunity in this process. But it's an argument for another day, I guess. So, any other discussion? If not,
Yes.
Dr. Meyer.
Yes, I agree with what you just said, and I suspect that if we feel strongly enough about some of these items, we can probably bring them up before 7 years from now.
Right. We might be compelled to. Who knows? Any other discussion? No. No. Okay. If not, then the secretary take the roll.
Heineman,
Aye.
Von Wald,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Olson,
Aye.
Warzeka,
Aye.
Moulton,
Aye.
Perkins.
Aye. So the vote being 7-0, the health standards of 2026 are appropriately numbered, and we will, that they're approved. And so the next item would be our math standards as proposed, and this will be, again, the fourth hearing on that. We have, again, Mrs. Shannon Malone of the department to tee it up for us. Mrs. Malone.
Good morning. Thank you again for your time and attention. Shannon Malone, Director of Learning and Instruction with the South Dakota Department of Education. The second set of proposed standards the department is bringing forward through this hearing process will now be the mathematics education standards. Mathematics is widely considered one of the two big subject areas for which schools are responsible to teach as part of the day-to-day operations. Like reading language arts, mathematics is a subject matter that is critical to student lifelong success. Over the past several years, the department has been actively exploring whether a framework comparable to the science of reading exists for mathematics, one that could guide the review and revision of our math standards. This extensive search involved consulting with education and mathematics faculty, analyzing meta-research, and engaging with statewide leaders nationwide. Those efforts proved to be mostly futile, but the discussion of mathematics and the need to shift away from Common Core has certainly gotten a lot more attention in the last year. With mathematics next in line for standards revision, the department remained committed to ensuring that the proposed standards before you today reflect a thoughtful, research-informed approach aimed at meaningful progress. In recent months, we focused on identifying South Dakota experts who could support our efforts to conduct localized research and shape our path forward. Our process emphasized consistent evaluation of all research through lenses such as clarity and accessibility, scope and sequence, mathematical precision and depth, rigor and expectations, instructional feasibility, assessment alignment, and adaptability. These guiding principles laid the foundation for the work undertaken by the Standards Revision Committee. As part of the review and proposal of standards, the department is tasked with providing a summary of changes, allowing for public comments and engaging in 4 public hearings over the course of not less than 6 months with this board. The summary of changes is included in the proposed standards, but also posted on our website as a standalone document. These principles, while serving as direction for the proposed standards you have before you, included taking the current math standards and rewriting them in simpler, clearer language, avoiding educational jargon to make the proposed standards easier to understand, ensure strong vertical alignment, and clear identification of essential skills at each grade level. To date, the department has received 86 public comments. Comments have included a broad array of feedback, with roughly half of them focusing on specific standards, the domain abbreviations, and the 8 mathematical practices. These actionable comments have been brought before the board over the past several months and may have been addressed by either adding or making the changes as requested. During the last hearing, the department was advised to incorporate a set of 4th-year standards. Therefore, we met with the high school standards revision work group to develop a set of pre-calculus standards, which you can find in the proposed draft before you today. It's important to note that the other half of the public comments received have not been constructive, but rather they have centered on concerns such as the committee composition and selection, curriculum impact, and the advisory board's role. Additionally, several comments reference mathematically inaccurate language, but did not provide examples that could guide revisions. Posted on our website, you will find an updated set of proposed math standards. The changes that have been made are identified in red text. Some of those changes include the 8 mathematical practices have been added back into the introduction. Domain name concerns have been addressed, and there are no longer duplicate domain abbreviations. You'll also note that the domain of geometry has been enhanced to include revisions which provide clarity and rigor. It's also important to mention that there have been positive comments received as well. An overall appreciation to the simplicity and directness, which will help teachers have a better understanding of what is expected to be taught and what the students need to learn. Proposed standards are still aligned to the 2018 standards and will be more effective for teachers. Lastly, the department has and will continue to spend significant time and resources to ensure our literacy initiative is a priority, but we also recognize that mathematics is important to ensure lifelong success of our South Dakota students. During the first hearing, we announced that the South Dakota Department of Education has been awarded a 5-year, $3.7 million state personnel development grant. This SPDIG grant will help provide supports in a variety of ways, some of which include creation of supplemental documents, professional development opportunities, providing opportunities for school district math leadership teams to meet and develop math plans, working with higher education that will provide supports to district leadership teams. Efforts will also take place beyond what is provided through the SPDIG grant for all teachers that will include what has been widely known as the unpacking process. The department recognizes that math standards alone won't raise the achievement levels in our state test scores. It's clear that we also need all our educators to increase efforts and attention to mathematics. Achievement requires excellent instruction in the classroom, parental support, professional development at all levels, solid instructional materials, school and district support. Perhaps with a more simplified set of standards and robust set of supports, all of us together can help our South Dakota students realize their true potential in math. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you. And at this time, I would ask for your favorable vote to pass the proposed math standards.
Thank you, Mrs. Malone. Thank you, Mrs. Malone. Again, now we would look at proponent testimony. Anyone that would like to speak in favor of the standards as proposed and changed to date by the department. We had no one registered for that, so is there anyone present to speak as a proponent? Okay, seeing none, then we would open up testimony for opponent testimony, those that were opposed to all or a part of the standards as proposed. We did have people that registered in person, and we would take those in the order as noted. There was a Crystal McMakin. Could you come forward and hopefully I pronounced your name correctly, and for the record then up front here, you could sign in and give your name and address or position. Yes. Okay. Do we have copies of this at the and if there's extras, is there maybe one, is there one back on the table?
I have an extra one.
And here's an extra one too. Can any staff member just take those back to the table that, if anyone would like to read them, at least it's there. I think that meets the open meeting standard, right? Okay. There we are, Amanda. Ms. LaCrosse. Okay, very good. Yeah, push the button and it should light up green. There you go, you're on.
Good morning, thank you for having me. First of all, I want to apologize for the outfit. It's May the 4th and I teach middle school, so, you know. So my name is Crystal McMakin and I have been a middle school teacher since 2001. I'm one of the 6 teachers in South Dakota that is nationally board certified in adolescent mathematics. And I'm the 2014 recipient of the Presidential Award of Excellence in Math and Science Teaching for South Dakota. In 2016, I was the table lead for the 8th grade math revision, just so you know. So I'm very familiar with these standards and how to teach them. But I'm not here to talk about the current standards, I'm here to talk about the proposed ones. I've been watching the revision process, and when the first proposed standards came out, I wasn't impressed. I actually joked with my husband one night that I could probably teach all the standards in a couple days and be definitely done by Christmas. They were just too superficial. It was know this, know that. It was very definition sounding. Then the public comments started happening and the documents started showing more and more red. Each time red showed up, I knew the powers that be were listening and taking our comments to heart and making the revisions to be, the standards to be better. I really appreciated that even some of my own comments were shown in the revisions, and I appreciated that. But now I'm back to worrying. I truly wonder how much of our public comment has changed the standards. When dozens of voices are changing the standards, how is that changing the coherence? How is it changing the verbiage? Is it consistent throughout? Is that even being looked at? And honestly, that'd be a huge undertaking. So I was curious. I decided to look at just at one standard, at inequalities. This standard is very straightforward. It's taught in middle school, and I just want to take a look. And plus, in 8th grade, it was added, inequalities. And I'm not opposed to that. I think that's great, but I want to see how it's vertically aligned. This little task sent me down a rabbit hole, and I knew I only had 4 minutes to speak. So I'm just going to bring up 3 inconsistencies or errors that I found. If you concentrate on the inequality verbiage, you will see that it isn't consistent. The 6th and 7th grade ones are good. I would predict this is the case because they're pretty much taken from the last version. But the 8th grade one is new, and I found out that it was just copied and pasted from Arkansas, and so the wording doesn't line up. When you look at vertical alignment, you look to see how the standards progress over time, and the verbiage doesn't show it. It should say something about like having variables on both sides of the equation, something about graphing, but it's not there. And so then I thought, well, what happens in Algebra 1? And so I looked, and a very essential standard is missing. In Algebra 1, you have to be able to graph inequalities with 2 variables. And in 8th grade, in Algebra 1, they graph systems of linear inequalities, which involve 2. So how are you even going to do that if you don't teach how to graph 1? So that's missing. And then while I was looking, I looked at 6th grade, and I saw the word function, which caught my eye because functions are introduced in 8th grade. So why would you even put that word in a 6th grade standard, not touch it in 7th grade, and then actually define it in 8th grade? That doesn't make sense to me. And then finally, I want you to look at a huge error. This is RF12 and RF13 in 8th grade. You will notice it is the exact same standard. It's listed twice. The words are exactly the same. So if I found these errors in an hour on a Saturday, and this was on Saturday, I can't believe these have been combed through. So I'm really urging you not to adopt these standards. They are not ready. And South Dakota is better than this. We need to have standards that are good. Thank you.
Very good, thank you, Ms. Meekin. Next, registering in person was Gail Jacobsma. Ms. Jacobsma, could you come forward and, again, I think sign in as well as state your name and position, address for the record? King is the timer over here, as you well.
All right.
Very good. Proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Graves. My name is Gail Jacobsma. I'm from Arlington, South Dakota, where I'm employed as a high school math teacher. I'm here as an individual, in an individual capacity as a concerned citizen and a teacher of 35 years. I believe that approving the standards under consideration today is ill-advised. I won't dwell on every technical flaw. I think that's been done ad nauseum. Instead, I'll point to a simple telling fact. These standards span roughly 40 pages, while the comments opposing them exceed 60. That disparity speaks for itself. I agree that our current scores are unacceptable, but completely uprooting our standards is not the solution and makes no common sense. Instead of a total overhaul, I recommend we pause. We should conduct a deep dive into the schools across the state that consistently achieve high scores. Let's convene those teachers, the ones in the trenches, to edit and tweak what we already have. They possess the wisdom and experience we need to tap into. These high-performing educators have either benefited from excellent staff development or have taken it upon themselves on a Saturday to unpack the standards for their students. Empowering them is how we solve the perceived problem of the standards being too verbose and complicated. Education rests on 3 pillars: standards, instruction, and assessment. If you change the standards without aligning the assessments, you are no longer measuring what is being taught. If assessment remains unchanged while standards shift, scores will continue to drop because the tool no longer fits the task. However, the biggest impact on student success isn't the standards, it's the instruction and the resources and materials. Currently, our state lacks a coherent plan for professional development. Staff development is hit or miss, depending entirely on a local administration. Or perhaps the college is offering staff development in the summer. But even there, I'm a little leery. As a mentor, I've had student teachers come into the classroom with almost no knowledge of how to design an effective lesson. We also need to address a point mentioned by Governor Roden. Parents must be able to help with homework. I agree. To be honest, I'd settle for just having them come to parent-teacher conferences with the same dedication that they go to sports events. But I digress. I've seen this struggle with homework firsthand while helping my grandson with second grade math. He can add like nobody's business. He's a great arithmetician. But when he sits down to do homework on a worksheet that has a required one of the 15 different methods for adding two-digit numbers, he has to fill in the blank exactly correct. It has to match the teacher's master key, or it's marked wrong. My son, a Naval Academy graduate, describes nightly homework as a ritual of frustration involving nonsensical worksheets. This isn't a problem with standards, it's a problem with materials and instruction. We are teaching complex concepts down to the elementary levels, often taught by those without specialized math backgrounds. The result? Teachers rely verbatim on textbooks, and students are forced to become compliers rather than thinkers. This leaves them completely unprepared for tests like the Smarter Balanced Assessment, which requires deep critical thinking. The solution here again is effective instruction and supporting our teachers to help them understand the standards so that they can improve their instruction. Our scores must improve, but the solution requires honest reflection and difficult dialogue, not just nibbling around the edges of the standards. Changing these standards without addressing the root cause of our instructional gaps will only make a bad situation worse. Our students deserve better, our teachers deserve better, and the taxpayers are demanding better. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Next on our registered list is Sharon Vestal. Sharon, Ms. Vestal, could you come forward again, sign in, and yeah, I think you know the routine, right? And again, Ms. King is timing off to your left.
Good morning. I'm Sharon Vestal. I'm from Brookings, South Dakota, where I'm employed as a professor at South Dakota State University. I'm here this morning in my individual capacity and as president of the South Dakota Council of Teachers of Mathematics. I have not been authorized to testify on behalf of the South Dakota Board of Regents or the South Dakota State University, and my remarks only reflect my professional views and judgment. According to the hearing notice, quote, "The goal of the mathematics standards is to develop mathematically proficient students who can problem solve, think critically, communicate, and reason." I fully agree with this goal. It reflects what South Dakota students need to succeed in a 21st century workforce. However, I do not believe the proposed standards will achieve it. The issue is not intent, it is design. The proposed standards place too much emphasis on procedural knowledge and not enough on conceptual understanding. Students need both. Procedures alone do not lead to mathematical proficiency. They create students who can follow steps until the steps change. When instruction prioritizes procedures over concepts, students may arrive at a correct answer without understanding why they work. In a recent article, Pamela Seda described this problem as GPSing your math class. When students are simply told where to go, they miss the mathematical landmarks. Using the example of adding decimals, she explains that the real reason we line up decimal points is not about decimals themselves, but about a much deeper idea. You can only combine things that are alike. The idea begins early and is essential throughout all of mathematics. Without that conceptual thread, students lose coherence as the math becomes more complex. I often hear there is no science of math like there is no science of reading. That may be true, but it does not mean we lack evidence-based guidance. Decades of mathematics education research showed that the traditional model, teachers demonstrating procedures and students copying them has not worked well. We see this in the many adults who say they dislike or fear math. The mathematical practices recently added back to the standards align much better with how mathematicians actually think. They emphasize problem solving, reasoning, and communication. In a recent ASCD article, math education researcher Jennifer Bay Williams argues that it is time to move away from math experiences dominated by memorization, timed activities, and imitation. These approaches do not build understanding, confidence, or long-term success. I am deeply concerned by the idea that the standards have been simplified. Math is not simple. Changing the wording does not make mathematics easier, it makes it less precise. Mathematics is a language. It is universal, structured, and exact. Like any language, it has vocabulary, grammar, and syntax. When that structure is removed, meaning is lost. The public comments document is 67 pages with font very small. The standards are 49 pages. I think that says something. Finally, I want to address the process. The standards released in September differ significantly from the document being considered today. State law requires 4 public hearings, yet the current version shows extensive revisions and additions in red, except for the pre-calc standards, which are not in red, which I feel like they should be because they were added. With so many substantial changes made between hearings, I question whether the intent of the law has been fully met. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to vote no on the proposed math standards and to begin the process again with meaningful involvement from educators, math experts, and stakeholders from the start. Math standards shape instruction, assessment, and opportunity. They are too important to rush. Our students and the future of STEM in South Dakota deserve better. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Vestal. Is there anyone else present that would like to speak in opposition to the proposed mathematics standards? Seeing none, do we have anyone raising their hand virtually? Okay. Seeing no others then that wish to speak opposed to it, we did have opposition, and so we would give a rebuttal chance to Dr. Graves, and we will
President Perkins, member of the board, thank you for this opportunity to provide a rebuttal on the math standards. I'll just kind of revisit a little bit of the whole process here. The current standards in mathematics in South Dakota are the Common Core standards. They were basically copied from the Common Core standards at the time, and this has produced a couple of problems. One of the problems is that some of the language is unnecessarily complex. Now, I want to refute the idea that we've simplified the standards, and I may have even used that term, and I apologize if I have. It's not that we've simplified the standards are the same. The content in mathematics is the same. Math is math. That always has been and always will be. What we've done is we've made it clearer what that language means so that many of our teachers who are not familiar with some of the upper level mathematical language can still teach to the standards in a clarifying way, and so that parents can also understand what's being taught and also how to assist their students in their learning. So the new standards restore clarity to the mathematical standards. They also restore the standard algorithms for addition, subtraction, multiplication, addition, and division. That is also important. The new standards will, in fact, have made many changes, and that's an accurate statement for Professor Vestal. There have been changes. But keep in mind that changing what you've originally proposed is part of the process. If I came to you and said, it's either what we originally proposed or nothing, that would be a violation of the process. The process is such that lots of people get to weigh in. Now, we had a number of people weigh in and write these standards initially. That produced them. Now what we've done is we've made changes as people have suggested them that we've said, yeah, you know, that does make sense. I'll give you an example of those. We've had more than 50 changes offered and accepted, run by the original committee that went through it and said, yes, those changes make sense. We've accepted 90% of the changes that came from the Watertown School District, in fact, and 80% of all the other changes that were recommended. So So it's natural that we would have a lot of changes. And by the way, in education, you will always find that when you propose something because people have been asking for it, that group will immediately sit down. Okay, we want it. And the other group that didn't want that will now rise up. Now, the other group wasn't having a debate. They were simply saying, well, I've got what I want, so I don't care what the other group says. Now the change gets made, and suddenly the other group rises up. That's just how educators, for some reason, work. I'll give you a perfect example of that is the ACT examination. For years, educators, especially high school principals and high school teachers, were saying, the Smarter Balanced Assessment doesn't make sense. It's offered once at 11th grade. The students do not see the point of it, and it doesn't seem to have any point regardless, because by the time we've done it, the kids are almost out of school. Why are we even doing this process? We need a different test. So we then adopted the ACT exam at the 11th grade. And all the people who never said anything about the Smarter Balanced Assessment because they were okay with it rose up, and now they're arguing about the ACT. I'll tell you a little bit more about the ACT in a little bit. But my point is this: if you have what you want, you don't talk. The others talk. You make the changes, and now the other side that, now, wait a minute, I didn't want that. Now they rise up. That's what's going on here. That's why you have so many comments. And by the way, we're delighted with the comments. We're delighted with the number of people who've gotten involved and made these changes. And that's why you see all these changes. And, for example, a couple of the latest ones were great. The recommendation or the request was, let's bring in fourth-year standards. And we did. And those were brought in by our people, approved by the committee, and gone through them. Another was, well, I think it was a brilliant thing, and we hadn't even considered it, I don't think, was let's restore student understanding of the analog clock. So I think most educators have had the experience of being in a room with an analog clock, and the students, and some of the students don't know what time it is because they're so used to reading the digital one. Okay, that's been restored in the standards. And I think that was a good thing. I think the changes are made. I think that feedback is part of the process. The new standards, as Governor Roden has often said, and I completely agree with, replaces Common Core with common sense. It doesn't reduce the complexity, it doesn't reduce the comprehension, it simply changes the language so that it is heard and understood by more people. I also want to agree with one of the speakers who came up and said, you know, it isn't necessarily about the standard, it's more about how do we make sure that our people are taught. That's why we've already pursued almost a $4 million SPDIG grant, as it's usually pronounced, from the federal government, got that money, and we're now going to be designing professional development, and we're going to be guided by that, by the person who has assisted us in many of the data research, the meta-analyses and the research we've done to this, Professor Monty Meyerink, who's done a really tremendous job for us as well. Having said all that, I would just make a couple comments in response to that, what was said earlier. One statement was made in the document you may see, well, this was just copied from the Arkansas standards. Guilty. When we were looking, how can we simplify the language? How can we make the same thing and make it more understandable? We looked at all kinds of standards, including the Arkansas standards, and we said, hey, they've got it right. And that's why we use it. There's no argument there. We did use it. We also use standards from other areas as well. And by the way, guess where the standards were originally copied from? The Common Core. I mean, if we can't copy anything from others who are providing this, especially in a field that's so well accepted like the mathematics content, we're going to be in for a lot of work if we have to reestablish the whole thing, if we have to reinvent the wheel. It was also said that there is a disparity between the proponent and opponent testimony. I think I've already responded to that. The proponents don't talk because they've already got what they want. And it's always the opponents who talk, especially in education. I gave the ACT example there a little bit as well. Instruction, we've talked about that as well. That is where the rubber's going to meet the road. The standards are not going to make the difference. They're going to have some improvements here in terms of parental and teacher guidance, but we're going to have to get that instruction, and that's why we're focusing on that as our very next thing. Based upon that, I think the people that were on this original committee and the people who assisted them from the Department of Education to redesign these standards in such a way that they maintained the same content but changed the language so that it was more usable by the people who are actually going to teach it to their children or to their students has been accomplished, and therefore I would ask that you approve the standards in their most recent form. Thank you.
Very good. Discussion? Well, hearing that, we would then, and seeing no other comments, we would actually close the public hearing portion of this on the mathematics standards. And hearing no objection, the public hearing is closed, and this is our final fourth public hearing as required by statute. So now we're open for board discussion and questions in regards to these standards. Board, questions, comments? Mr. Von Wall.
Mr. President, addressing this to Dr. Graves, the testimony is it Crystal? Is your name? That Crystal brought up kind of bothers me in that she is correct, at least in these three instances, where I think we may have some wording issues. Is there a way that we can do a rescreen on this or correct these? Either either after the basic approval or before?
Dr. Graves?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we've definitely seen that before when we looked at this and said, okay, are there some errors in there that we need to fix that are not content changes, but simply changes in, okay, that was it. We have done that in the past, and that can be done in this time. I would dispute that some of these are errors, but anyway.
And the other thing I would have is, one of the comments that came up consistently throughout is, do the standards, the way they're set out, is there a curriculum to support those? And in some cases, the comment was that, in the textbooks, et cetera, that they may not follow the current or the standards as proposed.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yes, and that is a common problem in any curriculum adoption. So anytime you adopt a curriculum, you're going to have the issue of whether the instructional materials support it. Now, what the textbook companies tend to do is they will immediately slap new labels on and say, and this curriculum is supportive, or our textbooks are supportive of the following curriculum. So you can't really trust that a textbook company says that this is going to support this or not. It isn't. And that's why school districts each have curriculum committees. Once the standards are adopted, now the schools will take next year to review curriculum materials and figure out which they feel is the best match for the standards that have been written. And that's something that every school district does after each standards adoption.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Questions? Mrs. Heineman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Graves, the fourth year edition. Again, can you tell us who created that, and the fact that we really haven't gotten any public hearing or any public comments on the fourth year? Can you kind of address that issue?
Dr. Graves?
Yes, Mr. President. The issue there is the fourth year standards were requested to say, okay, if we're going to teach fourth year, can you guide us? So those particular standards were, the South Dakota Department of Education doesn't tend to adopt standards for something that is not going to be actually necessarily taught, that we're going to require that to be taught. So that we've in the past removed some standards that said, well, school districts may teach that or they may not teach it, but we're not going to require it. So you'll have districts that have very particular coursework. A good example I can think of is there's a number of districts in the state, but there are less than a dozen who teach the Bible as literature. Okay, we just don't provide standards for that. It's fine to teach it, and there is even a code for it at the national level, but we just don't provide those standards. So we only provided these because we had people requesting it. And I think I may not have fully answered your question.
Mrs. Heineman.
Thank you. Who created it?
Who created them, yeah.
Director Malone, who wrote the fourth year standards? I know the committee did have a hand in it, but.
Mrs. Malone.
Yes, thank you, Shannon Malone. That would be the answer that I would give you, is that the committee worked on those fourth year standards. The high school work group committee is the group of educators that wrote that set of standards.
That was the group that originally recommended to us, or the portion of them. Did they like have a meeting? I'm seeing a head shaking
Yes,
back
they
in the back
did.
behind you there.
Professor Vestal's vehemently disagreeing with you.
Yes.
Yes. So you're saying that you reconvened the committee, or you?
Yes, yep, the committee reconvened between the last hearing and this hearing to frame a set of standards that are now considered the pre-calculus standards in the proposed document before you today.
Can I ask a question also?
Dr.
Is
Graves,
it also the case that a student in one of our schools could take a fourth year of math that was not these standards? So they could take a calculus course or?
Absolutely, and we have seen that over the years. There are school districts that may offer trigonometry or calculus, fourth-year math, that are not encompassed within any set of standards proposed by the department or approved by this board, but they purchase curriculum for those educators then to provide those courses.
And Ms. Malone, just as long as you're there too, those pre-calc, they really should have been in red too, correct? I mean, they are changes from the original proposal.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is correct.
Minor error, right? I mean,
yes.
so the whole, if you're looking at it on the rendition of May 4th, the entire pages 38 and 39 should be in red print.
Error on our part.
Right. Okay. Further discussion? Mrs. Heineman, you can follow up.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this would probably be, I don't know if for Shannon or for Dr. Graves, it was something that Crystal had mentioned. I had appreciated looking at all the revisions, and when I read the public comments, went back and looked at the standards, many of them were incorporated in. But I think the one thing that Crystal mentioned that kind of brought a red light to me a little bit is, do they now all make sense? Are they all consistent? Do they all follow? Because we've added so many things, as we go from year to year, do they logically follow the pattern that they should?
Okay.
I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but
And I would defer to
Dr. Graves, or Mrs. Malone.
Yes, Mr. President. Great question. So anytime the department deemed a comment to be one that we would agree with in nature, we took those back to the work group, to that initial committee, to have them review and ensure that it was consistent with the language and verbiage that we were previously using, but also to ensure that there was a flow or a sequence to the standards that would make sense if I was an educator picking these up.
Mrs. Heineman? Put your mic on. Oh, you're thinking.
I'm trying to think of my follow-up. I'm going to.
Is there another, I think Dr. Meyer, you had your hand.
Yes, I have
Dr.
a
Meyer.
question. The current math, basically is Common Core from 2009, 2010. It took several years for it to get incorporated so that everybody knew how to teach it and understand it and everything. If and we're switching out of that to the new proposed standards, will there be a learning period for our teachers and everybody to get into the groove of the new proposal in the math standards? And that'd probably be to Dr. Graves.
Dr. Graves? Dr. Graves?
Yes, thank you. And of course, there will always be a learning curve. What districts will do now, will some districts do well at this, some districts not do so well, is they'll take time as they're doing their curriculum review to figure out what, they first look at their own curriculum and they adopt the curriculum based on the standards, and then they make textbook and other resource or sometimes online mathematics curriculum decisions. So will there be a learning curve? Of course, as there is any time we change standards in any area.
Thank you.
Dr. Meyer?
Thank you.
Mrs. Heineman, did you got the mic for your follow-up?
Well, actually, there's a couple of things. I'm going to go back to one thing. I think that Gail mentioned that she brought up a couple of points, not necessarily with the standards, but with instruction. So with teacher training, teacher instruction at the collegiate level, I guess I'm wondering, how do we impact that? And then she also mentioned whether the assessment, the Smarter Balance, if it is so much based on critical thinking, how are we going to adjust the the Smarter Balance testing with these new standards?
Dr. Graves?
So one of the things that happens is after as we go through the process and are looking at new standards in particular areas, one of the things we have to do each time that happens is we have to go back to the company that provides our testing and say, does the test you're providing sufficiently match with the standards such that it is a representational one? They have a statistical process they go through in that process, whether it be SBA or ACT or any of the other ones that are used, and they have to demonstrate that it is a valid assessment of what our standards is requiring.
Mrs. Heineman. Further follow-up? No. Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes. Oh, yes, Mrs. Moulton. I was wondering where the voice was coming from.
Yes, the voice in the room. I'd like to addressing this as a school board member. It is veteran teachers that would have no problem with these standards. These are how they learn, these are how they've taught in the past, and in fact, many of them still use these current revision standards to teach their students. I particularly like that mathematical fluency, there's mention of memorization. I think that needs to be restored as well. That's in there. I like the standard algorithm that's been restored. It's generally, there's a generational gap. It's newer teachers who have grown up with Common Core that would probably need more help than anything. But the number one complaint I get is from parents who state they are unable to help their children with homework, that only the school is the answer, that they are unable. That's my comment.
Very good. Any other further discussion? Dr. Borzak?
If I may add, as a former elementary teacher, I would like to just add a comment that I appreciate the addition of a fractions standard in the elementary second grade, partitioning of shapes, identification of that as a fraction standard, not a geometry standard, because that is the foundation of fractions, building towards third grade and beyond. Speaking as a lower elementary teacher as well, some comments of, I would say, concern from kindergarten, first grade teachers that the move from fluently adding to 20 or fluently adding within 20 at the first grade level may be a little bit of a, shall we say, jump, because previously we were adding to 10, fluently within 10. At the kindergarten level, we're fluently adding within 5. And moving to second grade, we are fluently adding within 100 using strategies, but within 20 at the first grade level. That is going to be a stretch, but certainly something that we will work towards, and we'll look at that as a positive challenge. Just wanted to mention that as we move forward with possible adoption here today, just speaking as a former elementary teacher.
Further questions, comments? Just if I could follow up, Dr. Borzak. So you're indicating, yes, this is a change for teachers, but I mean, obviously you're a superintendent. You've been in the classroom, so you just didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday.
No, I didn't.
And so that these adjustments can be made, and that teachers can, because certainly with science of reading, that was a pretty big change, and we, Dr. Graves and the department spent a good deal of resources in the new science of reading, and how do we teach phonics and things over whole word, and right?
Yeah, there are always going to be adjustments, as mentioned. Every time we adopt a new set of standards. And as I visited with my team of teachers, particularly in kindergarten, first and second, and we have vetted all of the standards and crosswalked them from the old standards to the new standards. The first grade standards at the elementary level in particular really stood out to me as being more of a change than the other ones, and I think our first grade teachers will see those more of a challenge. They really are probably more of a change for our little firsties than the other elementary students. But again, it's an adjustment and we can rise to the challenge, but I think that those are going to be more of a significant change than the other elementary standards.
Dr., just since you're got some expertise here, I mean, is that I mean, there are good challenges and then there are bad challenges. Is this a challenge that is kind of helping to raise the bar, or I mean, maybe you could just define what you mean there.
Well, I think that at any point our children can learn, and they're going to learn differently at any given point in the year. Some children will be ready to learn it, and some children will not be ready to learn it on given days, and there will be scaffolding that will be needed to be put in place for children not yet ready to learn.
Kind of get them up to speed, so to speak, right?
Yep.
Okay, coming,
Yep.
and you were specifically talking in terms of, I assume that would be kindergarten and first grade, right? Yeah,
absolutely.
Right. Okay, other questions, comments in regards to this? Well, I know we did get letters, just, you know, I think all of us did too, mailed to our homes, and not letters, at least a letter, but, you know, I would look and saying, you know, existing that South Dakota is #1 tied with Connecticut or something as far as standards, and that may well be true, but I guess the biggest concern that I have as a member, that I think that these standards are working and part of the improvement, and I do think Crystal McMacken made the point that it isn't just standards, that it's the teaching and the carrying out of that, and I certainly saw that as one of the things that they had done in Mississippi relating to reading. I mean, as far as accountability, and that we improve, because I think it's appalling that we only have around 50% that meet minimum proficiency standards, and that we not only can do better, but we have to do better. That's what we owe to our children, and that this will make it simpler and move that process along. But I don't think that the board is finished, and we're going to talk that a little bit about that this afternoon, as far as how do we analyze what we've done, how do we grade ourselves, so to speak, with data. But that's what I'd like to do. Further comments? If not, is there a motion? Mrs. Heineman.
Just make one more comment. I really did appreciate all the math teachers across the state really weighing in and spending an awfully lot of time looking through these and commenting. And again, I appreciate Shannon's work and all of their work too, to make all those changes. It's really been interesting to watch, because when you think of a 6-month process and 4 different hearings and the public comment, I mean, I don't know that there's ever been quite as much as in this math. They really took this seriously, and I think it's the work of many, many people across the state. So thank you, everyone that was involved.
Yeah, Dr. Meyer.
Yes, especially the Arlington Cardinal.
A little editorial. That's Dr. Meyer's home territory, if you're curious about that. So, no, that was good comment, and I think this was a little different comment than what we got. You know, tons of comments on the social studies standards, but most of those were extremely negative, and I think many of the people commenting on this I took as really positive, and having a student goal in mind, that we've got to teach kids math. Further discussion? And I would just one question, and I think Dr. Graves, you mentioned it. I think I noted on item 7 in the standards, I think in one of the last lines, it says they can see that 5 minus 3 paren x minus y and then it's just got a number 2. I think that should probably be an exponent, and that we talked about that, and maybe we can even do something in our rules to completely clearly authorize that the staff does have the ability to make grammatical and typographical corrections, just like I think the legislative review can do that even in statutes that pass in the legislature and things. So that with that understanding, I guess when we adopt these, that those things, we're not talking about material changes. Those would need to come back, and I think that they could show those to us if we ever had any questions about exactly what types of grammatical, typographical changes that they made.
Mr. President, yeah, I would like to, I understand the typographical and grammatical.
Right.
But the lineal progression, I think, is something that also needs to be added to that.
Okay, but can you?
Yeah, just like Crystal brought up, from one grade to another grade, is the wording correct, and are the standards?
Okay, and there you might even get into more of a content type of change, I think.
Yes.
You could, well, and I think if we have that, it would really need to come back and be approved, I believe, but I don't know. And you,
That's what I was asking, Dr. Graves.
Dr. Graves.
So you're saying if we were to make a change in the language between 2 grade levels,
right.
Would we need to bring that back?
Correct.
I would think that would be a substantive change that we would need to do so, and we can look at those and come back to you at a later time.
Right.
But at this point, we'd like to get the standards approved, obviously, so we can
that we can move forward. But that, yeah, does that? I think
Yeah.
that makes total sense.
It does.
That it's not just a change that everybody would agree was a typo or a grammar, or in this case the 2 is not an exponent, it's a regular numeral, and it should be an exponent, I think, at least anyway, if I remember my math, and I was pretty good at it actually in high school, but okay, but if there are changes here, and if we do see any of those, then we can bring those forward, and we can handle those maybe in June. Or at any future meeting, I guess we can make those corrections in any standards that we've adopted. Any other discussion? If not, is there a motion to approve these proposed standards, or send them away, or do something? Not hearing a motion.
Mr. President, Moulton?
Mrs. Moulton?
I move that we adopt the proposed standards, math standards, as presented.
Okay, moved by Moulton that we approve with the understandings of minor corrections. And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Mrs. Heineman. Further discussion on the motion? If not, the Secretary, Ms. King, will you take the roll?
Heineman.
Aye.
Von Wald.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Olson.
Aye.
Warzeka.
Aye.
Moulton.
Aye.
Perkins.
Aye. So the vote being 7-0, the standards are approved and as noted, and we can move forward. And now actually I think we could let the governor know that they actually are approved. I think he said in the debates that the approved math standards, that he's right now. Very good. That brings us to the Secretary's report, and just for a matter of timing, I think we're getting down to the end, at least the Secretary's report, and then some general discussion, and that then we could maybe recess for bathroom, and if somebody wants to grab a quick sandwich or something like that, that we could, and then come back, hopefully maybe around 12:30, 12:45. We'll look at that exact time when we get there. And then we can do the orientation and the planning session this afternoon. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Well,
Going in for a break.
Yeah. Mrs. Heineman is saying we're ready for a break.
No, just for a break, but I mean, let's not do lunch. Let's just have.
Oh, we'll just have a break. Yeah, that we're all fat enough that at least I am, that we can maybe, that would be good in compliance with the health education standard. Secretary's report, Dr. Graves.
Yes, given that, I'll make it quick. So this week, we are recognizing the Regional Teachers of the Year. We did one of those this morning at Meadowbrook Elementary in Rapid City, Catherine Swank, for example. And we'll be getting all those done this week, and then that'll be the final 5. And then sometime in September, October, we'll announce the Teacher of the Year for the state of South Dakota. Last week, I did attend an apprenticeship conference in Sioux Falls, and it was reflective of the fact that we are moving, in terms of our school accountability, away from testing for college, career, and student success in terms of CTE programming and career work to something more as what are students actually doing while they're in high school. And one of those is the apprenticeship, so that's a very positive move forward. ACT testing is now completed in the state of South Dakota for the purposes of accountability. More students will continue to take the ACT test, of course. The number of schools, we did have a couple, 3 schools who had some technology issues with that process. We were able to work through those, but that was really our only glitch in that area. We will see the results of all the accountability, including ACT, in the fall. In our June meeting, which will be a virtual meeting, we will be asking you to approve the recommendations for the videos required under House Bill 1313, and that is the videos on prenatal development. So we'll be getting those to you, and we're going to be talking about exactly how we want to do that. But those have now come in. We had set the time for that as of no later than May 1st. We have several videos. They're now being reviewed by staff, and we'll have those for you at the June meeting. Next year's standards, in case in case you're feeling like, oh, well, standards are done. Nope, next year we'll have CTE, Career and Technical Education, Library, and World Languages. So something to look forward to.
What was the last one?
World Languages.
World language.
Very good.
That is my report.
Okay, Dr. Green, could you comment a little bit? I know I read in the newspaper, that surprised me a little bit, but the Secretary of Education for the country was here in South Dakota, and maybe could you comment a little bit on what happened there and enlighten us? And
Definitely, Secretary McMahon has been visiting all of the states in the Union and talking about things. What she wanted to see was some schools that were perhaps a little bit, had some unique South Dakota features. And so we took her to several different schools, including the St. Francis Indian School, McCrosson's, and the Coleman Egan CTE programming. So that was based upon she wanted to see some rural areas. Now, of course, when you take the secretary, she has 1 day. And so you can't like visit Sioux Falls and then visit Bison or Harding County and then visit Rapid City. You have to go to one area. So I was trying to find something that we were doing there, as other people were involved, of course, and they made the final decisions where they wanted to go. But I really wanted to take them to one of our very rural schools, but that simply didn't logistically work out. That's what we did. And one of the things she has been talking about, of course, is the fact that she fully intends to return education as a state function in its entirety, and has been, in fact, successfully already moving a number of education programs to other departments at the federal level. So, for example, the intention is to move special education programming to Health and Human Services, other things to the Department of Revenue, for example, or Treasury, might take on the title programs, with those now becoming block granted to us. So a lot less regulation, a lot more statewide decision making. So it was a good meeting. The governor joined us for that in Sioux Falls in the visit to McCrosson's, and it was very, very informative.
very good, thank you. Any questions of Dr. Graves in his report? Okay. General board report and general discussion. I think we've covered that. Does anybody have anything that they would like to add? I mean, we've got this afternoon's items, and a lot of stuff is covered there as far as our general procedures and history and orientation. So if there's nothing else, then we will, if there's no objection, why don't we take a 15-minute convene back at 12:30? Is that agreeable with everybody? Good. Maybe they could bring some water or something in here too. That might be good if we could have that. Hearing no objection, then we'll stand in recess until 12:30.
As South Dakota's public media network, SDPB serves everyone with transparency, integrity, and commitment to open access. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB helps shape South Dakota's future by educating, informing, and inspiring the next generation of thinkers, leaders, and creators. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB serves South Dakota through an interconnected communication system that is on 24/7, 365. The first place for Amber Alerts, public safety announcements, and EAS messages. SDPB keeps public servants and citizens informed. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB brings you closer to your government. With gavel-to-gavel coverage of the South Dakota Legislature and in-depth reporting from peer. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. From early learners to lifelong students, SDPB inspires curiosity through trusted educational programs and resources for every stage of life. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. When South Dakotans need reliable information, SDPB is there providing updates and coverage that keep our communities safe and connected. Good, useful, and full of wonder. SDPB. SDPB celebrates South Dakota's student athletes with live coverage of SDHSAA state championships. sharing the excitement of hometown heroes. SDPB. Good, useful, and full of wonder.
We'll call to order, we'll come back to order, the hour of 12:30 having arrived, so the board will be in order. And before we did that, I was going to introduce Senator Voigt. He is here and represents the Pennington County area, and he's on the Senate Education Committee, and so we welcome you, Senator. We're glad that, honored that you would come, and we've had a few other legislators that have shown up in the last, so that, I don't know.
Is he going to stand and give us a word, or?
Right. But welcome, and if you wanted to say anything, feel free. Very good. Well, we're honored that you're here. So thank you, Senator. Dr. Graves, you had...
Yeah, I'd like to introduce the DOE personnel who are present today. We'll start with George Siemens, State Librarian. Thank you. Shana Davis, the Division Director of College Career and Student Success. Linda Turner, Division Director of Special Education and Early Learning. Laura Scheibe, Deputy Secretary. Dr. Catherine Blaha, Division Director of Accreditation and Certification. Cody Stozer, Division Director of Finance and Management. Our legal person, Amanda LaCroix, and Administrative Assistant, Anna King.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
We appreciate all of the
Thank you for all you do.
work that you do to hopefully make us look good. And I did ask Dr. Graves, I had pulled off from a previous website or something, I don't know when I first got on, but the division of the secretary and of all of the various people, and gosh, I scratched it out and added new ones, and there's been a lot of changes, so we're going to get that updated, and we'll get that out to members so that we kind of know what it is. So, yes, very good. Thank you. Well, the purpose for this meeting today is something that I was, pushing for some time ago, and I guess it just comes from past experience on different boards and as well as responsibilities. I was both a mayor and a city manager, and so how do you keep people on board and a team, and that we really didn't have, and I think that that's rather typical in the process, a big orientation, or not even a big orientation, but just some individual orientation when we come on, which might be a conversation with the secretary, and of course we've had a lot of changes. I mean, I think Mrs. Heineman is our came on. She's our most senior member as far as, we're not talking about age here, we're talking about tenure on the board. and I think Mrs. Olson is maybe number 2. And then even secretaries, we look back and I think in the last 10 years we've had at least 4, if not 5 secretaries in education, and then a change in the staff as well. So there has been some change, and I think it's good to review things, and at least from experience, is to do it together. I mean, on kind of an annual basis, to quickly go over our rules, whatever, so everybody's on board. Everybody's heard the same thing, and it doesn't get tainted in one direction or the other. And over a few years, we might actually remember some of the stuff that we're supposed to remember. To just talk about it, and I'll just base the chairman of the Senate Education Committee had asked me to come, and in February I did. Actually, it was in January, shortly after they had started, and testified before the committee. And they said, "Well, be prepared for about 20 minutes." And gosh, about 40 minutes later, I was still being asked questions and things. So I think there was a good interest as to what this board does. They obviously see Dr. Graves and many of our staff. The legislature does on a regular basis when they're in session, but really haven't seen us. But one of the things I laid out is just a history of what education has been done in South Dakota. In statehood, we actually had an elected superintendent of public instruction, and that's what they still do in North Dakota. Elected by the people, directly elected, and obviously when that was elected, basically that superintendent of schools kind of did teacher certification, curriculum standards, textbooks. Obviously those was 1889 and up to 1917, and heard appeals from county superintendents, because there was a superintendent of schools apparently in every county or most counties. And in 1917, the state Board of Education was created, but it really only was overseeing vocational education and had various members, and of course agriculture was one of the biggest things in that. The next big change occurred in 1953, and they reorganized a 7-member governor-appointed. It was a layperson board, and obviously I was surprised in that, particularly the legislation that came forth. I think I spurred that in my appointment and confirmation by the Senate in not being an educational expert, or I shouldn't say expert, but being trained and a practicing educator. They actually required in 53 that only non-educators could serve, and that work with the department and things, and so it was a 7-member layperson board, 1 from each Supreme Court district, and then 2 at large appointed by the governor. In 72, there was a big change, and that was an amendment to the state constitution, and really that's when the Department of Education and the Secretary of Education being appointed by the governor was set up, and actually I think it was the first 9-member board of education, and then it was reduced to 7 members. The layperson requirement was removed. It didn't say you had to have any expertise. It was just, but they didn't prohibit education people from serving. And then in 2017, a big change because technical education was under the Board of Education, and that's when the change occurred that they set up the Tech Ed Board, and Greg was well involved in that, and I think Dr. Graves even being at Mitchell when that was set up. And that's when the name change occurred. And that's what I was particularly interested in, because I know we've heard that, well, the standards was because we only do standards. And that's when I went back and I listened to all the testimony and the explanation that we had. I think at that time we had the Secretary of Education was Mrs. Shop, I think, and then Tiffany Sanderson was coming in and was part of that process too. And the explanation that was really given was we put on standards because if you recall back then, the Gear Up, the big problems with that was going on down Chamberlain Way and in that area, and it was just Governor Dugard said he got tired of explaining to people that the Board of Education wasn't responsible because they didn't govern local school boards and they didn't govern local things and they didn't enter into contracts and things, that was a department issue. And so I think that was a move to change the idea of standards, but it was very clear as the secretary at that time made the comment, Secretary Sanderson, that it doesn't, standards are in everything. It's not just the standards with a capital S that we just adopted 2 of them today, but the standards of certification, the standards of accreditation, the standards of high school requirements, graduation requirements, and all the rules and things that we do, teacher evaluation, that those were standards with a small s, and that they not only required the adoption of this board, but also their evaluation, because after all, how could you adopt standards if you didn't have some evaluation to see what did we do? Would they function? So in that sense, it didn't change anything, except all of the technical ed stuff then went to the new Tech Ed Board. And Greg, I think you were part of that, right?
Amendment R.
Amendment R, right. And it passed by, what, 55 to 45 or something like it. It wasn't a huge margin, but it was 2%, only 2%, okay. And so nothing else changed, and that's right. It was Melody Shop was the Secretary of Education at that time. So that's our history. That's where we are today, and I just thought that was important. Obviously, we are not like other states in the sense that, for example, I mentioned this morning, North Dakota. If you look at their Board of Education, basically sets education lines. So if you want to leave one district and go to another district, you have to have a hearing at the Board of Education. They really don't get involved at all in setting standards. That's all done by the elected superintendent of public instruction. And in Nebraska, they're elected members of the Board of Education, and they actually hire, I think, the superintendent of things. So there's models all between it. In Arizona, they have an elected superintendent of public education, and so there's different models around there, and I think that's where we come in, that we really are not responsible for budgeting, we're not responsible for spending of money, we're not responsible for hiring staff, and those things. We're here to adopt standards and rules and regulations, and we'll see that in the statutes. So, I don't know, any thoughts or questions in that? Let's open this up and have some discussion, because this is a result of my study on this and interest in it as to what we really were about and where we were going.
It's much more like a corporate board than it is anything else.
Exactly, right. So if you look specifically at that, then what did we, as far as the powers and duties, there are some handouts that you have. And by the way, I found back in 2019, there was a brief history of the South Dakota Board of Education standards. It was on our website, I think, for a while, and then it got taken down, but it's kind of interesting. And then also a summary of kind of statute by statute of the laws and things that relate to us. But if you look, and I think you have copies of it, they're highlighted. You know, there's about 20-some pages, I think, of statutes, 22 to be exact. And in it, I've just highlighted in yellow. The ones you have maybe missed a few of those. I did go through and I missed some editorial things. And then the word shall, whenever we were mandated to do something. And we're not going to go through each of those, but I mean, I think that there's a very interesting thing in these about exactly all the mandates that we have, and we can talk generally about that in the sense of, you know, what are our material duties and responsibilities and kind of a brief summary, but the law is pretty clear that we shall promulgate standards for classification and accreditation of teachers and schools, and the preparation of certified personnel. And so what does it take to be a teacher? I mean, as far as training, I think that's it. Procedures for the state aid eligibility and establish curriculum requirements for the schools. And then it just had a general comment in there that the high school program to include that we were responsible to assure that the high school program included a rigorous curriculum aligned with standards and tested standards, but no specific curriculum or method of instruction. We didn't have the ability to demand a certain type of curriculum or certain level of instruction, but that the schools must substantially conform. And of course, that's the standards that we do, but not only the standards, but the accreditation, the graduation requirements, the certification requirements for teachers, and we just did a little bit of that today in the test types of things. So, you know, we've got rules. We can adopt rules to govern libraries. I don't think we have really done that, but that was a may adopt it. Duty to consider K through 12 needs and make recommendations to the governor and legislature. That was something of our board. We're not too involved in that, but maybe that's something that we could look at as far as when the legislature's in session. I mean, do we have issues that we want to talk with them about? The department certainly does, and the secretary carries those forward. Duty to consider the BOES and DOA work jointly with other state agencies to ensure children enter ready to learn. That was in the statute, that children are coming into the system and ready to learn. I would say too that it's interesting that our board is part of the Department of Education, and that was clear in the statute that we're not some separate board. Obviously, we don't have any independent staff, so we're part of the Department of Education, but we're different in the sense that we're not appointed by the secretary. We're appointed by the governor and confirmed by the governor. So we really kind of work for the governor, I guess, and in that sense, as well as the secretary is appointed. I don't think any other staff of the department are confirmed by or appointed by the governor, right?
Correct. Confirmed by the Senate.
Or confirmed by the Senate, right? Yeah, appointed by the governor, confirmed by the Senate. So it's a little different than the federal, where they go down a ways. I think the president appoints everybody but the janitor almost, but in the federal departments. But in this summary, I mean, should examine school personnel preparation and certification, identify deficiencies, establish revisions, and to deliver more qualified staff. An alternative certification is required for administrators' test. So we could go on, but there's a lot of things. We establish minimum performance and the best evaluation practices for use by school boards. And that was one of the things I know, for example, in teacher evaluations. If you recall, before some of you were on, but we did adopt actually kind of removing testing as one of the things that would be reviewed in teacher evaluations. And then The committee of the legislature that reviews all rules and regulations before they take effect, they don't have the ability to disapprove them, but they can send them back to us, and they sent them back to us. And so that didn't become a step. And then the next year, we had the exact same thing come forward, and then that didn't, this body was actually withdrawn by the department, and later by a motion that we, removed the requirement to have that hearing, but that was something, and I think that there was a desire on the part of the board, at least I heard some expressions. Let's dig into that a little bit more. Let's find out about how the performance is actually there, and I think that's part of the process. And again, my suggestion, it's only the board, is that maybe we should be looking at some of those things, or a little bit have the department presenting to us, how is this working, how is it working, and maybe have some input into it. If we're to adopt the performance, which we do, then what do we know about the process, and are we involved in that process? Suicide prevention is another one, and we just approved those types of things. So there's a lot of things in there, making rules for state accountability. I mean, a lot of responsibility. We even have the authority to regulate school buses and set routes. It's in the law. And procedures to control medication and the nurses thing. That's not a department function. That was a thing, Student Health Services, as to what we do. So. Define special education. So I've listed all those out, and I don't, we can go over individually, but I think they are extensive. And I guess the one question that I think would be helpful today is to talk, in an open sense about how do we approach these, and is there a desire to have some more knowledge in it? And this is not certainly I have my preferences, but you elected me as president to preside over meetings. You didn't elect me as a dictator to establish anything. So it's really what the board wants. But I would say, I would be candid, I think, in talking with all of you as individually, and I've told this to Dr. Graves in a session, that there's a general feeling that we're more of a rubber stamp than we are a contributing part of the process. And again, those are your feelings, and if it's not, then correct me if I'm wrong, but how can we be meaningful? Because we're not adversarial in this thing. I think we're all want to do the best for our kids, and I think we have great agreement. Just like today, we passed these standards 7-0. It wasn't that we're divided, and it wasn't that we were opposed to the department, but I think I know for myself, how can I be a meaningful addition to the process, and do something that hopefully education's a little bit better because of our involvement, and that we made it a little bit better. So that was the approach with the statute. I don't know if there's any, I think it'd be good to just have a little discussion on that. And Dr. Graves, maybe you've got some comments. I sense there's some disagreement, but I don't want to.
Mr. President?
Dr. Meyer.
Maybe we could start by setting school bus routes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of districts who'd be more than happy to give you that.
Along with the drivers, right?
Exactly.
We
You're
probably
willing to hire the drivers for them too.
We probably should appoint board members to drive the buses too.
Okay.
So I mentioned we're kind of like a corporate board, right? We don't have the staff, we don't have the research assets available. We are in fact dependent upon the Department of Education to do this. And I don't think that's a handicap at all. I think it's, you've been on boards,
Right. Yeah,
corporate
very much
boards,
so.
I'm sure, and you have an advisory function there. You have an approval function in many cases, especially financially with
Right.
corporate boards. We don't have that part of it, but my point is that there's the dependence on the Department of Education is there. We have to depend on them to feed us what we need to know. We also have to depend on them to wave a red flag whenever there's something that came up that we should be involved in. And I see nothing wrong with that. perhaps communication. Education is one thing that could take place. When I got into the bus route day, I just shook my head, and I says, you know, either this ought to go, and it just should be, you know, get it out of the law and put it back where it belongs, which is completely in the Department of Education. We should not have anything to do with that. And so, there are a few other things in here that should go as well, they're just out of date, right? And so maybe that is part of it. But the other part of it is, there should be an education function that, and I'm the latest one on the board, right? So I know the least, and
Well, but you've been involved in this for a long
I'm
time.
kind of comfortable being in the least known entity, I guess. But that probably more than anything, we should identify areas where we can be educated by the board or by the department. Yeah. So.
And respond back, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Other
And then
thoughts?
what is our functions, you know, I mean, you know, I mean, this, basically, okay, the Board of Education needs to approve this, well, that's fine, but how do you get from point A to point B, right? So,
Well, there is one interesting distinction in the statute on the standards. It specifically says the standards that we adopted today, that those should be prepared by the Department of Education and then come to this board for consideration. The rest of these, of course, is, you know, the Board of Education standards shall establish graduation requirements, shall establish, you know, it doesn't say that they, now obviously we're part of the Department of Education, but I mean, there's somewhat of a distinction there, I guess, as to a little different role than responding to something presented to us we're part of the development process, I guess. At least that's the way I took it, but maybe I'm wrong.
And part of that too is, so for example, this year we had a House Bill 1017, which was the school violence bill. And when we wrote the bill, we said, all right, the school board shall have the authority too. Now everybody knows that it's not really the school board who's doing it at that point, but the school board delegates many of its functions down to its administration. And that's kind of what happens here too. You have these items, the BOE shall, and then some, you know, we're actually the ones doing it at the DOE, and then when necessary, coming for approval or consideration. So the law there's the law how it's written and the law how it's interpreted in terms of delegates and designees. So.
and I see the same thing with the shell. We don't have the capability to do some of these things without the Department of Education. And so, yeah, so I don't see that the shell makes a big difference. Other than it has to be done, right? I mean, that's what the shell means.
Right.
You
Well,
guys have,
and that
you
we
guys
have to adopt them, I guess,
Yeah,
is what it
right,
is. The
yeah.
department in itself can't set graduation
Right,
requirements. I
right.
mean, they may recommend some things to us, but they can't.
Right.
We have to do it, so.
And so much of that now, as well, the graduation requirements are actually set in statute.
Yeah,
They come out and say, we want to we need to change this, and then, so.
That was one of the things that I did say to the Senate Ed Committee, and actually they crammed me in on a personal privilege because my representative found out that I was speaking to the Senate, so I guess thought I should speak to the House too. But you know, the board's here, and if you don't want us to do some of these things, then change the statute, you know, and maybe you should do away with the board. We don't need a board. I mean, if it's just responding to it, we could do what Minnesota does. I mean, I don't know if they're much of an example for a conservative state like South Dakota, but I mean, literally.
Financially, they're pretty good. You know?
But they're, yeah, they give a lot of money. Their kids perform worse, but as far as testing. But I mean, the point of it is they don't have, the public hearings are before an administrative law judge. And that trained individual then assesses what people are saying, and if there are good points, and then makes rules whether it's appropriate or not. Now, I mean, that's, if you know, if that's a different method, but I mean, as to what it is, but. Any other thoughts, comments? I mean, what I was thinking and would suggest there is that maybe as some of these items come forward, that we tee them up a little bit differently,
So provide some. So, for example, to provide some education background and.
Exactly.
Okay.
And maybe even as it's coming, even though the standards are there, but I mean, as when we were talking, after the testimony, Joe, I think, maybe it'd be wise to come to the board, okay, we've got these new standards, and next year and say, okay, anybody got any thoughts on these? I mean, we're not gonna change anything, but, that the committee should consider, and, at least, in the front end, or we should look out for. Probably not too many are gonna come, because we don't have that expertise, but that might be a way to at least have a feeling that we're not just getting it at the end and either say yes or no.
See, you've used the word, or the phrase rubber stamp. I don't view it that way. I view you're the appeals process, or you're the approval process. So we get everything to you, and then we bring it to you at that point. There are a number of processes in the DOE that someone files something, it goes through that person, and finally at the very end, I get it, and I get to either sign off on it or not sign off. I don't view myself as a rubber stamp at that point. I view that for example, the Professional Practices Commission has gone through, judged the complaint, held a hearing, found findings of fact, and submitted it to me with a recommendation. And then I make the decision. And I'm not concerned that they're just treating me like a rubber stamp. I consider it, okay, now I get to use my independent judgment and say, okay, is that what happened? Now, at that point, it's frequently the case that what they've done has made total sense, but that's because the process works.
And those people work for you too, by the way, right?
But they keep me completely in the dark till the very end, and that's what they're absolutely supposed to do. I'm not supposed to know anything about it.
Maybe so, yeah. You're talking more about a hearing type of a process.
Sure, that's one example.
To jerk somebody's certification or something like that.
Right, but another example is accreditation. They go through the process for accreditation, and they come through and when you're visited for accreditation, for example, first of all, we send the information, and we send an information request, and they give us all kinds of information. We evaluate all that, and then our team goes to the school district and evaluates all that, and they come back and say, all right, here are the deficiencies. So they send me, I look at it and go, yep, those are deficiencies. We send it back to the school board. They have so many days or so many weeks to respond, and then if they don't respond, or they're non-responsive, or they're not responsive to everything, then they're placed on probation. And then I'm the one who places them on probation.
Right.
And again, I haven't been involved in that whole process, but I can evaluate it going forward and go, all right. And it's helpful to me that I was a former superintendent and could go, wait a minute, when I used to get the findings and say, here's 3 things you didn't do right, we had a response back instantly, because nobody wants to mess with your probation, your accreditation status. So you do that. Someone was amazed that somebody doesn't, but.
And in those processes, I mean, some of these processes, I think, are almost quasi-judicial in their process, where you're going to take somebody's certification, or you're going to take their accreditation away. I mean, they've got legal rights and could probably appeal that to a court quite easily.
You can always take it to court.
Where us in adopting standards or setting evaluation process or something, that would be pretty difficult. I mean, I think that's more of a less judicial process than one where that maybe some more involvement, or just early on might violate some of that. Because I'm just, again, I'm not trying to put words in people's mouths, because that wasn't it, but that was a feeling that the board that had, and so how can we meaningfully do something to do that? And of course, I'll use another example. It's kind of in there that we had, for example, when we had the last professional, the evaluation of teachers, and that was submitted the second time, and was submitted, and the board, I think, I kind of remember, because I think I voted against it, but anyway, we set a public hearing for that. And of course, I think it became kind of obvious that wasn't going to pass. And so, Joe, I mean, factory, without consulting me or anything, you just canceled the hearing.
Yep, I did.
And
I didn't.
We had some discussion about that,
Yep.
and I remember telling you that I knew I didn't have the authority to cancel the hearing, and I didn't think you did either. And then that's why we approved the cancellation at the next meeting, because the board had set the hearing, and that if the board set it, unless we got a rule that says something, which we should maybe have a rule that allows the department to do that it just seemed like, you know.
Right, and the way I viewed that is we were coming forward, we wanted a change in the evaluation process, because we thought one particular aspect of the evaluation process was no longer meaningful or productive. And so we went through, we got through, and then we had, of course, the legislative committee that goes through that rejected it. And so then we had to come back, and then I wasn't sure the board was going, I just dropped the whole process and said, so I wasn't thinking about the fact that you'd already scheduled, I was thinking about the fact that, okay, this isn't going anywhere, I'm just gonna dump it. And so I dumped it. But now I see the point that we needed to come back and cancel a hearing that had been scheduled.
Or get a, you know, in our rules, which we can chat about a little bit later, and maybe we need somebody to go through those and really study, maybe a little working group or something to look at those, but at least have a process for that so that it doesn't just, you know, seem to be that. And that was one of the areas where I sensed in that, I remember some of you, well, let's find out more about how this evaluation process really works and really kind of delve into it and see if it makes sense from a common sense a perspective, and you know, and that didn't happen, but and nor did we formally vote to require that either. But anyway, so that was one of the things.
So, are all the staff required to be here?
Today?
Yeah.
They're not required to be here generally. I thought because of this process that I would have them be here, so that if you had a question that I couldn't answer, they can explain.
Okay.
So is this something you'd like us to maybe go through individually and see if there are some things that we would maybe request to get rid of? That we're not using? I mean, to make it look like, otherwise, you know, if there's many things that we're not doing, we probably should just be looking at the things we are doing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Make those, so maybe that's something that each of us individually should go through and really, and maybe at our next meeting or sometime say, okay, you know.
Let's like this school bus route thing.
Yeah,
Maybe
like
we need
you know, what of these are?
Maybe we need Senator Voigt to author a bill to eliminate the Board of Education standards ability to set school routes and regulate or whatever. Or frankly, libraries, you know, that was an example of, rather than and I wasn't suggesting it, and I'm sure Joe would shoot me if I did, but you know, there was this discussion about library books. Well, if the legislature has said that we can regulate libraries, the school libraries, then it seems to me that we might be a place for that, or the department. Obviously, the legislature can always do it, but they passed another legislation that I guess if you don't like a book, you can go to the district court or the circuit court, and ultimately, after you go through a process of going through the district, isn't that correct, Joe? I mean, now we could have done that, but I guess the point would be is the legislature, you know, they are the ultimate boss, because they got to get the governor to agree, and so they can tell us to do anything, you know, and or not do it, or do it themselves, I guess is what they did there. But that was a statement that I did make to the committee is you know, if you're asking to have good people come on these boards, and it isn't just this board, but all these other boards, you know, and then they do little, or don't feel like they're significantly part of the process, then, you know, perhaps you ought to either make them significant or consider doing away with them. Or do we really need as many citizen boards as what we do? Because I know it's a huge process in the governor's office to keep all these appointments going. But
You know, one that I'm looking at is the reorganization. The school district is required to prepare a plan for reorganization under this section. If it fails, the Board of Education shall prepare a plan for reorganization.
I can tell you how that works. So
Doesn't work that way, right?
No. Well, I mean, it theoretically could. So what happens is a school district, let's say it's an involuntary reorganization. Voluntary reorganization, they can figure that out.
Yeah.
It's just an involuntary, they've fallen below 100 students. Okay, so now I inform them and say, okay, you've got the following options of what you need to do. They prepare a reorganization plan, and they send it to us. We have it evaluated based upon what's required to be in the reorganization plan. Then they get it updated, and then they take it forward. The reason that's there is if a school district were simply to say, no, I'm not going to prepare a reorganization plan, well, then we have to force it, because otherwise, I mean, you would fall below the 100 limit set by the state legislature, and if you refuse the reorganization plan, there'd be nothing to vote on. You could sort of theoretically continue, or else somebody could say, okay, but you don't get any state aid anymore, which is, a bullet. So that's why that's there. It's so as to say, and what would happen in that case would be if they refused, then I would sit down with my staff, we would write the reorganization plan based on our understanding of it, and then bring it to you. But fortunately, we've never had to do that. It's always, the process has always worked pretty well, because people feel, okay, I have to do something.
And in the process, you'd be letting us know that it's coming, and you're drafting it, and we would say, thank you.
Right.
Because we wouldn't, we wouldn't know how to draft it.
Well, the thing is, a school district would be crazy to turn it over to me.
Sure.
Because they're the people at the local level who need to make these decisions, hard decisions. So it'd be crazy to turn it over to somebody else, because they're the ones who know best what they can do for their students and what they can do for their own area. So,
Well, is that, I think, Ms. Simon, Phyllis, that was a great suggestion. I mean, is that we could take these list of statutes, this 20-some pages it is, and review them individually, and come up with questions and or thoughts of, this is crazy. Why are we doing this? And then talk about it. If it's not at June, maybe at another meeting. Does that make sense?
yeah, but if you give us a list, we can aggregate it, and then we can go in and go, okay, so you're missing something. This is why you still need to have that authority. Or we could say, yeah, you're right, but the other thing, of course, and nobody knows this better than you, former Senator Heineman, that what you take to the legislature as an absolute common sense proposal isn't always seen that way by legislators. They'll go, well, wait a minute, we don't like this. I've been astounded a couple of times when I think something is just so easy, but then again, I'm not them. They have a completely different perspective, and so that is also true, that when we brought something forward, it isn't necessarily, we can eliminate the following 10, not necessarily that's going to happen either.
Right. No, that's very true. But at least it would call it to their attention, because probably nobody's really looked through this a lot.
And then when we get all done, you can give us a test on it?
We'll give you a test.
That'd be a great idea.
But I think that, and maybe what we could do, Joe, you got a good suggestion, is review these, and then get our lists, our kind of review to the secretary, and then we could put them together. Amanda, you could weigh in on some of this too, and
she'd be more than weighing in.
And then look at and look at it, and we could at least then. You might see some good reasons says, no, that isn't quite the way it is, but.
And if you see something that makes sense, and you have a question about it, give me a call. We'll be happy to talk about it.
So we can get that, and we'll have a process developed where, you can kind of submit that. Is that, does that make sense to everybody? I mean, I don't want to, I'm not trying to push rope here.
So the area where the promulgation of rules to establish state accountability system, when I look through these, this is something that we should be intimately familiar with, right? But as I going through there, and it could just because I'm late to the party here, but I don't know a lot of those things, and it would be useful to know, because that is in fact the most important thing we do.
Right. I mean, it seemed to me the reason for having citizen boards that the legislature does is, hey, we can't look at all this stuff. We only
Right.
meet 2.5 months out of the year. And so we're going to trust these citizen boards to keep the bureaucracy, the departments, in check a little bit and to understand these processes. And that's why it's saying we shall do this. Now, that doesn't mean that we know all the details, but at least we know something about it.
Right.
More than what the legislature would know about it, I guess. So otherwise, why don't they just say the Department of Education shall? Okay.
And that's what I was talking about with
Yeah.
the corporate board.
Yeah.
You hold them accountable, right?
Right.
And that's what this is talking about.
And particularly, as Linda and I were talking about, I mean, and I've been involved in this corporate board and governance and good governance practices, and it is, you know, you got the inside directors and the outside directors, and one of the biggest criticisms they'll have of corporate boards is there's too many inside directors, too many people that work for the company and that they're involved in it day to day and get their earnings from it and stuff, and that the outside directors are the ones that really need to be there for accountability purposes and should be saying,
Yeah.
why are we doing that? And of course, there you've got a private sector thing that you can look at the bottom line and if, you know, are you making money, are you losing money?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the public sector, we don't have that. You can't, it's pretty hard to go broke when you can levy taxes, right? Well, if that's okay, then informally, we will agree to go through this and make some notes, and then we'll try to get that put together in a general thing that we can then have the department look at and respond to, and then we'll go over that and look at it accordingly. Is that, everybody agree with that? Okay, great. The other thing was we had, and obviously somebody, and I don't know when, but spent on the mission statement. It says it was developed in 1995 and then updated in 2020. I don't think anybody was on the board at that particular time, or even maybe here in the department, that they developed this philosophy and vision statement and what our, you know, education standards leadership role is. Is that, I mean, is that something that I wasn't intending on spending a lot of time to redraft that? It seems to me that would be a work session that we would want to really do if you're going to do a visioning and mission visioning and goals session. That, you know, that takes a little time, and that would be a kind of a separate session. But is there some value to that?
Probably we should meet someplace like Costa Rica or something and discuss that and rewrite it.
You'll have to come up with an independent source of funding if you do that.
Well, you never know.
DOE said they'd fund it.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, to really review that, I mean, I think there's some pretty good stuff in there, and I look and I say, well, I don't know back in the history of how it was devised, but I got to believe, knowing some of the types of people that were on the board before us and whatever, that it wasn't just drafted by Secretary Shop or something and then said, here, adopt this, and that it happened that way. But
Division directors, anybody have any memory of this process that went into this?
I used to see some nowadays.
A lot of shake heads.
So is it, I mean,
2020, it's still fairly new.
Yeah.
It's not like it's, 30 years old. So
Right,
I would
yeah.
think it's probably,
I mean, but is
Unless
it
we
something
go-
that I guess we could go, because to me, these statements are only good if they're kind of, you understand them and they are guiding principles. To just have them and not really even know that they're there. I mean, somebody looks at it and says, well, how come you're doing this? And whatever. And so if we're gonna have it, which I would support, but if to do that, then we should kind of develop it again and update it in 2020. Nobody here has been acquainted with it. At least review it and determine whether we agree with it and spend a little time on it. If not, we could schedule it to repeal it or something.
Probably read them before each meeting.
Yes.
So back in 2019, the department as a whole did a large strategic planning.
Oh, okay.
And so both the department and the Board of Education went through that process. The Board of Education met several times in discussing and creating their mission statement.
Okay.
I think at
Great.
So it
Thank
wasn't
you.
an extensive process.
Okay.
And were you
Thank
in the department at that time, or you just,
I
you've heard
came
about it?
towards the end of that process.
Okay.
When they approved the mission.
Okay, good. Well, that might be something that we can,
That looks,
can review at a session in the future, is that? Okay.
Well, maybe we should do the same thing that Phyllis recommended here, just review it and say, ask the
Right.
questions or say, is this pertinent anymore?
That's a good suggestion. Let's review, and then get some comments on that
Yeah.
from individually, and then that would bring it together. And I think that's a group process. That's a little bit different than the statutes where the department could, really weigh in on a lot on it, but, not that they don't, because we're part of the department, but, okay, we'll tee that up that way. And then the other thing that I just had was, they called it policy. To me, they're rules. And I think we could, the first part of them govern a bit, as to how we're elected, and we did change those, we're actually elected, at the first meeting of the year, but I know the way that language that we used on that, for example, is then once we're elected, we serve for that calendar year, and that, maybe, so it means from December 31st on to whenever we get a new president and vice president elected, we don't really have an officer. And maybe some wording changes. That's minor, but I think that it would be good in here to have some things about how, for example, when the standards are presented, that changes are made. I don't have any real problem with the way it was done, and I particularly appreciate the red line version, at least that was kind of a request I think I made a while back, and that we can see these changes and these public comments coming in, and then seeing what's really happening to them, because we're the hearing people, and so we should, and we need staff to do that, but we need to see the changes where before, we just had a rendition of it, I think that Shannon would give, and again, I'm not trying to be critical in all this, but I think it contributed to the fact that we were just kind of rubber stamps. We didn't see the changes, we explained it to them at the meeting, and then, on the fourth hearing, you just adopt them. That would be good to, and I think we're getting a better explanation on that, and the redlining is there, but maybe put that into our rules, so that we've got that. Also, it would be good to, I think when the department presents something to us like they did with the teacher evaluation mechanism, and they decide that they want to withdraw it, even if we have set a public hearing, if the president agrees or the president, vice president or something, it can be withdrawn, that we don't have to wait and actually have a public hearing on something that the department no longer wants to do. And again, or clearly give the authority to just have the secretary be able to jerk it. To me, it's a procedural type of thing that if we're going to do that, we need clear authority. Particularly, this is again once the board has set the hearing, not just coming up. So maybe these rules, rather than coming with them. I've looked at them because that's kind of I love looking at rules and stuff and.
This is what he's talking about, right?
Yes, there's one, it's called policy, and that we maybe have a little working group that could go through these and look at ideas. Is that? We're getting a lot of things on the plate here, but I think that, it's not anything that's got to be done next week, but to me, that seemed to be the best way to maybe go through that with the secretary, with obviously legal thing, and just review, okay, hey, this is a problem, or maybe we should cover this, and maybe 3 of the board members here as part of that, and then come back here to really adopt it, because it's the board's rules, it's not my rules or Joe's rules or anybody else's rules individually, but that's what I was thinking would.
Well, we should probably understand them, or we'll end up breaking them.
Yeah. Well, it does say Roberts applies, but Roberts doesn't, I'll tell you, if you know Robert's rules, you could sure bungle a lot of committees hearings, you know, by making certain motions that that would delay things for until the next meeting. So, is there any thoughts on that? Kind of that would make sense?
So a lot of these are based on codified law, right?
I think some.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Some are just our.
I do want, as a starting process, I'd be happy to have myself and some people from DOE to go through this and make some suggestions for changes and bring it back to you.
Yeah, or maybe Joe, maybe a little committee group that we could collaborate on it rather than.
Okay.
Then then it could almost get a little adversarial.
Nothing wrong with that.
And we kind of did that with the election, changing the election of officers, and I remember a little sparring back and forth on that. But that's good. Iron sharpens iron, right? So maybe a working group. Anybody?
What are you thinking? Are you thinking of taking some away, or are you thinking adding some? Are there some specific areas where you want to add some?
I think
Rather
adding.
than just-
I think adding. I mean, personally, Phyllis, doing away maybe a minor change, but 2.1 there. I mean, that we just say for that, for the ensuing year or until a successor is elected and qualified. That's minor. But I think the other part would be is okay. How are things once a public hearing is set? I mean, are we going to allow the department to withdraw it, or the department with the consent of officers, or no? The hearing is set and.
Areas that you want to add? I mean,
Yeah, that would be one of them. I would add something like that. Yeah, right. That would be one, and
Otherwise, were there some that you wanted to get rid of?
well, I can't really. No, I don't really think so. Some of this conflict of interest thing, I didn't quite. Statute, I think, covers all of that, and I didn't really. I think Amanda would be very helpful in that, and the anti-harassment and discrimination, and golly, and maybe we need those, but there would be some things there. But I think just our procedures, and then just going through it. I mean, how we set our meetings and things. I mean, the statute. I mean, it governs. I guess I can call meetings. I've never called a meeting, but. Maybe there'd be some conflict on that. I mean, and how that really works, and to just kind of talk some of it through, Phyllis. And that's where, I mean, I wasn't really prepared in that area, but that's where problems that particularly in just the procedure of presenting things, and then also how. That we get a red line, we approve it. That used to be historically what happened, at least the way I understand it, about 10 years ago or so. For example, what we would have done on our math standards is at this hearing here, we would have reviewed changes that the department was recommending, and then before we adopted it, we would approve those amendments to the policy as proposed that was given to us way back when, and then we would adopt that policy as technical. But at least it provided a mechanism for how those changes were made. I think everybody knows that what we approved today was the red line version, but it might put it into our rules if anybody ever challenged it. Then we're by adopting our rules, I guess. So, anyway, Greg?
I don't know if this is out of order or not, but I wish there was some way that we could help the Department of Education fulfill some of their needs. One of them is, we got a teacher problem. Is there a way that we could influence that, or work with with legislators, find funds, I don't know. I'm just saying, you got a problem. Is there a way that we can help solve it?
Yeah, see, and we, to be blunt, we don't see the BOES as having involvement in that. Doesn't mean you can't. I mean, so we know we have a teacher shortage. I assume you're talking about the shortage.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we pursue the teacher-centered apprenticeship program. We're now in cohort 4. We create flexibilities in the certification process. And we create them in such a way that we can remove them later and when the shortage disappears. We create the student teacher of record program. I mean, we've done a lot of things, but there comes a limit. One of the reasons we pursued 1017, which was the school violence bill, was very much for the teacher shortage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's part of this is, I do view the BOES as a corporate board. And so as a result of that, when we have a problem like a teacher shortage, I mean, if there's an issue that you can help us with, like changing a rule or changing something else, yeah, we will, and we will bring that to you. But in terms of an advocacy role, I don't see that as a role for the BOES, but I mean, I'm not the one who makes the decision.
That's a good question, because I guess I would, for example, on reading, we over a year and a half ago, before I think Tanya and Greg, you were on the board, we decided, okay, that was going to be our one big priority. We wanted to do something to really promote reading. And we had some ideas, and I think, some of those were maybe being a best practices thing, and that this board could maybe head up raising some private outside money, and utilizing a foundation, much like maybe the jobs thing you'd utilize the South Dakota Foundation. But that didn't go anyplace. I mean, and I guess I didn't push it.
But where we did see the Board of Education standards relevant is when we changed the ELA, English Language Arts Standards.
Right.
We brought that to you and asked you to make those changes, and you did.
And we did, right.
And to me, that was the role of the BOES.
Right. But now if you look, I mean, and the concern I had when I looked at, for example, Mississippi, why did they really make progress? It wasn't just that they adopted the science of reading, but their Board of Education, of course, in Mississippi, the Board of Education actually hires the superintendent, so it's a little bit different there. But they were intimately involved in monitoring the accountability and of the various schools, and if they didn't respond, they were actually, money was taken away, and I mean, or at least they had that power to do it. And anybody that was, they held students back, and if there were exceptions to it, the board had to approve each one of those exceptions, I guess, by name, the way I was reading it. Anyway, there was pretty good involvement there. Now that was, it's a different thing, but I guess us promoting education, if we are responsible under the general thing here to make sure that our kids graduate and are going to be good citizens and have learned what they need to learn, that was a board responsibility. I mean, I take that personally, that I ought to be doing something to help that, not just passing a standard, but maybe that means further involvement. Now, I'm just one, but I think there were others on the board that said, yeah, if we can do something that we could do that, and I'll be candid, Joe, like I told you privately, I don't understand why you don't, as we agree so much on what's done, but why you wouldn't jump for joy if somebody was going to be doing, for example, in technical education, when Denny Sanford came in and said he'd give $25 million, would we say, no, we don't want you to do that? I don't know. I mean,
well, I would jump for joy if you bought $25 million.
Well, I did say I think we could easily raise $1 million to start a program that would award best practices in reading that school districts are doing, and whatever that award might be. I don't know what would really work, but I think if we could put some money with it and then notoriety as far as best practices, that we could do something. But again, that takes the development of the program. I'm just one person on the board, but that might be some of the things that would allow us to to do some things and feel like we're actually materially contributing to it, rather than just meeting 4 times a year to approve some standards of which we really never see them again, and we don't really know if they helped or they didn't help. Or if we don't feel that. Now again, I'm speaking personally here, I'm laying it out on the line, because I think we need to be, you know, our feelings, and if I'm wrong, then tell me, and,
Well, I just think we have two very different perceptions of the function of the South Dakota Board of Education standards.
well, and maybe we need to ask the governor, he's our boss for both of us, and see what he wants to do, you know? Yeah, right.
You know, I'm never sure that the Board of Ed has really had a financial role, because I remember even way back
Right.
whenever there was something, there was always a reminder, we don't have the dollars, we
Right.
can't allocate, we can't spend the dollars, that's not our role.
I agree with you,
We're an
right.
advisory board, we're not a financial board, that has any control over the money.
Right.
I mean, that's
And-
never been our role.
And I wasn't thinking of public money, because clearly we don't have any role in that at all, but maybe spearheading something, you know, as we talked about that, Phil, I mean, what could we do to really promote reading, to make sure it really gets done? And that was just one idea that I was thinking of, but we never really got into that.
That's why we need the legislative part going too, with like Senator Boyd, you know, if we come up with things to make the money available.
That could be, I mean, and clearly we're asked, and the law says that we can report to the legislature or request to the legislature, and if we see some things, maybe, you know, through the department, obviously we'd want to be opposed to the department, but we all know legislators, that we could lobby our program a little, you know. Again, and I think that's right, maybe we envision a different role of it. That was the role that I was told when Governor Noem appointed me, because I said I wanted to do something significant, and that I didn't need another thing for my obituary, that there was plenty of things already on it, and if it couldn't be doing something materially, then thank you, but no thank you. And no, she said, no, that's exactly what we want. And Governor Roden was in on that interview. That was just after you were appointed, I think, Joe. And, I was in February and you were in January, I think. So, and again, maybe I came on with the wrong idea. And if I did, then I can easily get off and let the board just meet. And but how can we do? And again, I just. It's the board, it's not me, and we would even have discussions about what we could do, and I may not like it, I may love it, but that we're contributing in that, it doesn't just happen by default. So, I don't know, any comments, thoughts?
Well, I think we all come to the board with a completely different perspective.
Right.
I mean, I look at everybody here and see, you know, a dentist and just all these, it's just
Yeah, but you can't fault the rest of us, because he's a dentist.
No, I honor that. But I just think that
An old hog farmer, yeah.
obviously the board members are not, you know, picked for their knowledge of education.
Other than I think Tanya has some, and Craig.
No, but I'm just saying that sometimes,
Right,
I
but
mean,
you're right.
like, as a teacher, I had been on like a
Right.
task force and done those things, so some of those things I understand more. So I don't think that's really our job to reevaluate the standards. We have this great team at the state office. I think they do a phenomenal job just handling all of like 67 pages of all of the, opponent testimonies that they have converted into and tried to apply and put it into working with Dr. Graves. I think I guess my impression with each of our different backgrounds to help more, what do I want to say, not so much our background, but our experiences in life to guide how we want the state of South Dakota to move forward with education.
Yeah.
You know, if to me, if we were just looking for people that really know schools and what works, the board would be all superintendent. So I think, you know, maybe we're valued for the part we bring.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's where I think, and maybe that's what we need first, because if we have a difference in mission, I mean, you know, it's still on our website, for example, this mission statement, and when I look at, you know, it says the State Board of, South Dakota Board of Education Standards is a strong advocate for the best interest of children and youth in our state schools. It is the unique role of the South Dakota Board of Education to listen to, understand, and translate the concerns of a variety of stakeholders into a successful educational policies. The South Dakota Board of Education Standards has a responsibility to ensure every child an opportunity to learn from certified school staff and teachers, you know, and I guess it goes on that, and I guess that's a different mission, to me anyway, than just coming and approving standards that are presented to us and hearing some pros and cons and 4 times and then saying yes or no, which I don't think we've ever said no. But and maybe we need to really clarify that mission, because and then if you don't like the mission, well then, you know, I mean, not being an adversary, but then you're not part of that organization.
You know, Steve, when I look at that mission and
right, yeah.
When you read it there, and I said, well, we just had a math standards, right?
Right.
I can't tell you the number of hours I spent in trying to figure out which way, and I would flop one way and I'd flop the other way, and
exactly right.
I emailed Dr. Graves when I got that letter from Jackie Schley, and I did all the statistics that I could find, and they didn't tell me it was not clear to me what was going on there. And so in the end, when I looked through the process that we went through, and I looked through what the staff included, that from the people that objected to it, I think I was doing exactly what that said, you know?
Yeah, certainly in that vein, yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with that, you know?
You know what, and I'd have to agree, because we've been on the social studies one.
Oh, yeah,
on
that
the
was
reading
tough.
one. I mean, there's some really been significant things, not that we've done, but we've got to be part of and eventually approved. So I mean, I really do think that in many of those cases, just as we evaluate the standards, we really have been fulfilling the mission. Because I think there's some really great opportunities, whether it was social studies, whether it was reading, whether now it's math. I think that is a great role. Even though we're not maybe setting the standards, we're using the work of all these very talented people. And again, the public comments. I was, as I said, I already mentioned that, I was so impressed that so many people, so many teachers sat down and went through them one by one and made suggestions.
I agree with you.
And then the department took those suggestions and incorporated them in. So I do think that evaluating the standards, now it looks like we have a lot of other roles that I think we need to really kind of look at and decide if we're not really doing anything meaningful in there, if there really is something we should be changing. But I do think evaluating the standards is a critical role.
I would agree, Phyllis, and as part of that process, I think once you set a standard, then you need to continue to analyze it or whatever. Is it working?
On a continuing basis.
On a continuing basis, yeah. And that's with the department, but sharing information is
It's
working.
the accountability system.
Exactly. And that's what I think as outside directors that we can do. It's you know, it's the inside directors are the staff and the secretary, and they work on it, and they've got all the expertise, and they do everything, but sometimes some outside eyes can say, whoops. And I guess we kind of did that on teacher evaluation.
And also, I mean, we bring you the accountability and the report card every year.
But it's kind of a report, and we, you know, maybe we need to get into it a little bit more in detail or something, but to really understand, is it working or isn't it working? But
I think that, Phyllis, you have hit on a very good point, that we evaluate the standards throughout the entire process, throughout the entire year, and the DOE and the entire team that works on the standards throughout the process does an amazing job bringing them forth and making the edits that we have seen throughout this year with the math and the health standards, incorporating all of the suggestions, reading through all of the comments, and it's not just simply approval, it's evaluation and approval at the end, and that really rings through. And so much of what we do is, well, in fact, all of what we do is guided by law. And so with this, as you've brought forward, President Perkins, perhaps with the policy, if you could be willing to go through that, Secretary Graves and Ms. LaCroix, to go through these to find out what is guided by law with what we have to do, and if there's anything that could come out of that, or anything that has to be added to it, maybe that could move us forward with that piece of it. And then that could be looked at for us in addition to the mission statement. I think that we are fulfilling our mission, because even through this entire process of evaluating and approving standards and all of the other work that we're doing with certification of teachers, ensuring that our accountability system is rigorous, those are other important pieces of our mission as well. But if we could take a look at those with our next meeting or meetings in the future, I think that that would be a strong move forward.
no, I agree. I agree. And I would just, you know, encourage, I mean, particularly this whole mission statement, it's still on our website, is to encourage you to you know, read over that in the next week or so, and then just, you know, ask yourself, I mean, honestly, are we really doing what this was intending to do? Because we may well have a question of we all need to get on the same page as what our mission is, and that's one of the common things in analyzing an organization when it is, because the way the appointment process is, I don't know if you guys looked at it, but I did when I was appointed, and I saw that mission, and I read it one way, and this is a problem where we have no common orientation, which I would hope to improve, so that we're all on the same page as to what our mission really is and what this really means, because I'm clear in this discussion, I'm taking it in a different tone than what some of you may. Although we need more discussion to say that, and perhaps we all have a little different viewpoint on that, and then the real question becomes is to, well, what can we do? I mean, we're all volunteers, and I mean, what possibly you know, can we do? And in this process, you know, let's face it, change is, you know, potentially coming to the state. I mean, we've got a huge election going on here, and education has been discussed as part of that, and who knows what will come out of that, right? Rich?
A little bit of a right turn or change. Before Senator Voigt leaves, I was wondering if maybe Dr. Graves could update us on what's happening exactly right now with JAG.
Oh, JAG, okay. Go ahead, Dr. Graves.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, House Bill 1224, 1244? 1244. Allocated $500,000 in a grant to be issued by the Department of Education. And so we wrote a grant up that, and we're having some technical issues about, okay, how exactly does that work? So we issued the grant the first time. We had no applications for it, but it's fine. And so we're going to be reissuing that in the near future. The JAG, the legislative intent on the JAG funding was to help spur the initiation of new programs, because JAG has an incredibly successful program and we're 100% behind it. So we're trying to figure out how to do that, and also the funding is to be used for coordination of statewide events and other coordinations. And so we're trying to get that done. That $500,000 we need to get in the hands of an organization. Obviously, one of the organizations that's a very strong candidate for that is the South Dakota Friends of JAG, which is a nonprofit organization, which is, I think, kind of how it was intended, but we need to go through a process to make sure that all happens now. So one of the things that JAG, that whoever receives that money is going to need is assistance in finding and securing match dollars, because they need to have match dollars to match against the $500,000 from the state.
Rich?
Thank you.
So, Joe, did it actually?
Everybody can really push JAG.
Right. Yeah, JAG's a great deal.
Fantastic program.
Did it actually a new corporation get set up then? I mean, I was looking for in the Secretary of State's website, and I couldn't find anything about, you know, a JAG nonprofit corporation.
Yeah, a nonprofit JAG corporation was founded. It was recognized by the IRS and exists. It's president, vice president, board members. Actually, Shana Davis is a board member on that organization, as am I. But in both our situations, it's in our capacity of what our role is. So if you know, at some point there'll be a different Secretary of Education, different division director, and then that person will become that person on the board.
It looked like to me like the donations, and again, I'm just trying to get this straight. The donations were actually going, the 501c3 part of it, I mean, the ability to deduct your donation was really through the South Dakota Community Foundation, and that they had two separate funds set up, and that they would obviously be the entity receiving it, and then would be making grants based on the JAG committee and whatever. I was just reading it all on their website.
Right now, how they choose, how the Friends of JAG chooses to have their fiscal agent, or how they're allocating those dollars and who's managing it, that's of course up to them.
Yeah, which I don't, I mean, I've set up 501c3s in the past, and they can be extremely difficult and very, you know, complicated, and I mean, utilizing the South Dakota Community Foundation in my mind seemed to be, you know, wise.
Well, that money is available as of June 30th, is that correct? That
I would say July 1st.
July
yeah.
1st. And then there has to be an application process and everything else, so, yeah.
That's the matching money you're talking
Yeah,
about.
well, the $500,000 can't be allocated until July 1st.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
Yeah, because there's no emergency clause on that bill.
Yeah, right. It's not law until then, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, I think we kind of concluded that. I think what the follow-up would be is looking through our actual statutory duties, that would be, you know, some homework for the rest of us to do, and getting back some ideas there as things that we don't understand. We can have further discussion on that. The same with policy. I'll try to put out some things as to what I'm seeing there, and then with the department, and then some mission statement, I guess, is really analyzing that, and again, doing a little homework on that as to what you see, to better clarify the language as to what type of, you know.
Did you want everybody to write their own mission statement and then compare what they?
Well, I don't know if we want to go that far, Rich, but you know, I mean, when it says things like the South Dakota Board of Education Standards is a strong advocate for the best interest, boy, that can mean a lot of different things, and perhaps we need a discussion as to what strong means, because I think we got 7 people on the board, and we might have 9 different opinions.
On those processes, we'll go ahead and start that at the DOE as well, start getting
Yeah,
some information
good.
back to you so we have all the feedback at once.
And I think this whole thing, I mean this all to be a very collaborative thing, and, nobody should interpret any of our comments, particularly my comments, I guess I can only speak for myself, as being critical of anybody, but I just think, at least in the processes I've been involved in the past, if people aren't candid and won't lay things out on the table as far as how they really feel, then you're never gonna have a solution to any problem. So I was trying to tell you, at least what was guiding my feelings as that, and again, as a member and interested party, in no way as president trying to lord something over somebody. I mean, that job is just presiding over the meetings and maybe calling meetings, but anything else? Everybody feel okay?
Quick question.
Yeah.
There's another reading program, I think, this summer, isn't there? Is it in Mitchell?
Yes, Literacy Summit. Shannon, what's the dates on that? June 15th and 17th at the New Mitchell High School.
And that's going to be, again, professional development, or what is it going to?
Shannon, I'm going to turn that over to you.
And while she's coming up, I would just remind everybody too, the State History Conference is on June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And on the 3rd, the History Teacher of the Year, the Board of Education Standards History Teacher of the Year is going to be selected and receive the $1,000 stipend that we did raise that money. And so anyway, that's going to occur. Shannon.
Yes, and I'll just add to that the Department of Education, I understand that the Division of History is under the Department of Ed, but we are partnering with them for that history conference to provide up to 35 teachers accessibility to the conference, meaning we would cover their travel arrangements, hotel, meals, mileage, and then pay their the sponsor fee. The registration fee, thank you. Yes, we would pay the registration fee, so up to 35 teachers. So we're excited about that. The Literacy Conference is June 16th and 17th, and it will be held at the Mitchell High School. Last week, when I got the number, we were teetering right at about 1,000 educators have signed up to attend this summer's conference. We're ecstatic about that. The conference itself runs both days 8 to 5-ish. And then on that Tuesday evening, we are partnering with the Mitchell Chamber of Commerce and the Mitchell High School to provide an evening opportunity for anybody that wants to participate. One of our keynote speakers is he was a professional football player for the New England Patriots when they won the Super Bowl in 2017, I believe. Malcolm Mitchell is his name. He has a remarkable story. So he's going to do a keynote session, and then he's going to come to the community event to hand out 500 signed books. He's written some children's books, and so we're excited to partner with the Mitchell community on this. And then the Mitchell Children's Choir is also going to come and sing that evening. So we have a lot of fun stuff planned. So if you would like to attend, if you don't have a hotel room, I would encourage you to do so ASAP. Good question. I would say we had roughly about 800 in attendance. So we had a great number last year, but yes, we're excited.
Obviously, people are really taking the science of reading very seriously.
Yes, by and large, they have been. If I can just add, sorry.
Yeah, no.
So the $6 million appropriation that we got from the legislature in 2024, I'm dating myself here. I think it was in 2024, to work with the Board of Regent Universities, the 5 across the state, to develop the blueprint courses. Those rolled out this past fall, and I would say, I think the last number I saw was we had roughly about 2,100 educators sign up to participate in one of those blueprints. So the blueprints consist of an elementary module, a secondary module, a writing module, one specific for special ed, one for English learners, an administrator module. So just a different variety that folks could sign up. And again, I want to say it was right around 2,100 educators had signed up over the course of this last year to take one of those modules, so.
K-12 educators?
Yes. Yes.
Wow, good.
So lots of good stuff.
And I was just gonna add too, we do have complimentary registration at the Associated School Boards, their annual convention, as well as the School Administrators of South Dakota. That's August 6th and 7th in Sioux Falls, and I've been the last 2 years, and I think there's just some really exceptional stuff that occurs there. They actually had an individual there that was talking, he was kind of a white-haired guy, talking about being stoic in education. I don't know, he wrote some book, and no, it was good. I mean, good stuff, and I think it's just a chance to really hear what local school board people are really talking about and what they're suffering with, and everything. So, anything else for the good of the order? Okay, well, we got our homework, so if there's no objection, then we'll stand adjourned. It's a motion to adjourn. It's moved by Heineman, seconded by Von Wall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Aye.
So ordered.